So never think I'll make you try to stay. Uh-oh. Dropping frames. I'm dropping frames like crazy. I'm dropping frames. Dropping all kinds of frames. Okay. So... I was learning how to do some of this.
Mine's a bit battered, but if you've got a twist tie, a piece of wire, a paper clip, something like that as a handle to help start your weave, that would be great. Okay, so to start this weave, we're just going to close 2 of our anodized aluminium rings. So give them a
Aluminium
close.
rings.
And then with your larger ring, feed your 2 closed rings onto that. Close your ring up. And then take up another large ring and feed that through the same 2 anodized aluminium rings. So we've now got 2 bright aluminium rings and 2 anodized aluminium rings. So take up your twist tie or your paper clip, whatever it is you're using, and attach that to your bright aluminium rings, your large rings. Okay, so that our work now looks like this. So what we're going to do next is put in place
what you
the
up to?
ring. So this ring actually doesn't go through any of the rings that are in the weave. They just sort of get sandwiched in between some of them.
So I do chainmail sometimes. I'm trying to learn this new weave.
We're going to place our new ring between our 2 previous
what the fuck?
All the way through. We take that all the way through and out to the other side. You just move these out of the way, that's a bit distracting. Okay, so I'll do that again. Through one side. And
yeah, it kind of like hurts your hands after a while, but you get like these little pliers.
Sits around or orbits our
It helps a little bit.
Okay, so once we've got it to that point.
But dude, that's some jacked up shit that she's doing.
So as you can see, that's not actually going through any rings, it's just sandwiched in there.
Now there's a choo-choo.
Okay, so our next step involves
I've been playing,
and this time we're going to feed this ring
Stellaris? Did I say that right? I've never heard of it.
So just pop it through there like that.
Oh, so one of those.
Flip our work over to the other side and repeat the same on the other side of the weave.
Man, this is too hard.
So
this is too much.
We're not touching that BA ring that we just made before, just through the anodized aluminium rings. Okay, so this is what our work should look like now. Now we just need to take up an anodized aluminium ring.
You like trains? No, I have trains. Like, it's not like, it's not even like, oh, I like trains. It's like, I just have them. You can't hear it? It's like, doo-doo, doo-doo-doo.
Take up another colored ring.
So you do...
feed it through the same space.
Okay.
So now you can sort of see that we're back at the beginning again, and we need to place another one of these orbiting rings.
So I think I can figure this out.
We take an open line.
I think I got this.
We feed it between our 2 most recently placed EA rings, straight through there, making sure we don't pick anything up. We just want to have it sandwiched between those 2 rings, all the way out the other side. Making sure that it orbits our AA rings there. And close that up. Okay. And that's basically the
No,
rings.
I want something easier. This is too much.
Putting our 2.
It's too fucking much. It looks cool. Like, this shit looks really cool. But what is something easier? Easier. Oh, a half Persian. I could maybe figure that out. How hard could it be? Odin's eye weave? Fuck no. Fuck that. Let's do this one. Lol.
Hi,
I'm
this is
bored.
Kat
Wanna
with
call?
Halik,
I
and in
wanna
this
call
video, I'm
someone?
going to show you how to
And
do
then you did the
pattern
Sag face?
one chainmail. Now this
You
is
should
what it
call
looks
someone.
like.
You should call some bud.
It's a really fun weave. It's actually really
Ooh,
dimensional. As you
that
can
looks
see,
cool.
It has almost a curved effect to it. And this is actually a really easy weave once you get it down, so you're going to have a lot of fun doing this. To complete this project, what you're going to need is you're going to need one lobster clasp to make a bracelet. And then we're going to be using 2 pliers today. I have a chain nose plier and a bent nose plier. As we work, you'll see why I recommend the bent chain nose pliers. And then for my rings today, I'm just going to show you the package. I'm using an 18 gauge, 7 and 32 inch.
You don't know who to call though?
5.56 millimeters. Now this works really good for this type of weave. So
I don't know who's your BFF.
This one. It's a great one. So, as you can see, I've already sort of pre-opened some of my rings and pre-closed some of my rings. It's just a good way to kind of prepare your table when you're doing chainmail. That way, once you get into your weave, you're just ready to keep going and you don't have to worry about stopping to open more and close more that are, nice and sealed and tight. Okay, so let's get started. So you're going to start with 3 closed jump rings and 1 open ring. So go ahead and pick up your open ring.
Then you go
we're just going to pick up all 3 of our closed jump rings here. And just go ahead and place them right on there.
You don't know you have several? Well, it's better than having none.
Now here's an important step. So when you go ahead and you place it down, what you're going to want is you're going to want 2 jump rings facing one way, but this 3rd jump ring in the back, you're going to want to flip him over. Just like that.
Cool.
So that you actually have your 3 jump rings, 1, 2, 3, and your 4th, which is connecting them right there. You see that? Okay. So now the next step is to take a closed jump ring and an open jump ring. Your closed jump ring, you're going to go ahead and set just behind there, because now we're going to take our open jump ring.
She's like, this is going to be real simple.
This ring, and this ring, and we're going to connect them using that open jump ring. And you're going to go through the center there and come around and pick it up. Now,
excuse
I'm
me?
going to do this, and you might not be able to see, but just hold tight, because as I weave a little bit further, it'll be easier for you to see what I'm doing. So.
What the fuck? Dude, this bitch is crazy. Oh, how many do you have? How many friends do I have? Like, 2.
Okay.
What in the hell?
So now let me just try to space that out and show you what I did. So I now have these 3 connected by this ring, and these 3 connected by this ring. So now I'm just going to repeat. So you're going to take another closed jump ring.
It's so simple. I'm just going to repeat.
So you're able to pick it up nice and easy. Take an open jump ring. And now we're going to slide it through.
Do you classify yourself as a big titty goth?
Slide it through here.
Not classically, no.
Through this opening right here. And down. And
Hush, I'm trying to focus on this.
That other jump ring.
So there's a jump ring that goes up in there.
Jump ring through here.
Wait, is it just through those 2? Hold on, you distracted me.
And close. Take an open jump ring.
Open jump ring. Closed jump ring.
Now we're going to slide it through. Let's arrange that. Slide it through here. with this opening right here and down, and making sure to pick up that other jump ring and just kind of pulling my jump ring through here.
There's got to be a better way. This one looks so simple. Fine, I'll be quiet. Sheesh.
And closing it.
Is she going to show like another way to do this or something?
Now, making sure this jump ring lays forward, because you're going to want it to weave.
Oh, wait.
Way. So I'm going to do a few more just so you guys can kind of get the hang of it, and also you can sort of see. Take the closed jump ring, slide it behind.
So you put that like right up in there. And then
take an open jump ring.
And
you're going to thread it down through, picking up the first 2 rings, and then sliding it around and making sure that third ring gets on there. Pulling your jump ring through.
So it's like a one, you get 3 of them.
Want to make sure it gets onto this jump ring. So you just got to wiggle it in there with your fingers. And now go ahead and pull it through. Okay, so you see where it's attached there to all
right,
3?
I'll see you later.
And now I'm just going to take the
Try to fix your sleep schedule.
and close it up. And you'll notice it's getting a little flipped. So I just need to make sure that this last jump ring here sits behind. So I'm just going to wiggle it with my finger there. And there you go. Now when you start doing this for bracelets, like you see in this one here, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to leave a little starter piece for yourself. It'll make your work a lot easier. So this might be my starter piece, and then I'll just keep adding from here, and when I get the length of a bracelet that I want, I'll unattach it from here, and then I'll have my nice clean bracelet. But I'll always have this starter piece so that if I ever want to go back and do another 3-in-1 chainmail, that's how I'm going to do it. So just to show you here on the bracelet, when you come to the end,
it looks like you're watching your video.
This over,
oh.
So you'll see how it sort of looks. It is different on both sides.
It's already fixed.
A different way. Some say it will be right leaning or left.
It looks like you're watching your video.
And that goes with these jump rings here on the bottom.
Actually,
so they kind of flip around.
I have made this before.
So for my purposes here, what we're going to do is I just want to show you really quickly how to attach this jump ring and the clasp here, because you're going to have sort of an odd number of jump rings at the end. So we're just going to show you how to do that real quick. So to attach our lobster clasp, what I'm going to do actually
is I'm going to try it.
Take this jump ring that is actually already in there. I'm going to open it up.
So she said, oh, yeah, just kind of have 3 of these sitting here. Oh, I guess I could actually change the camera angle, too. Make you something?
That out of my weave.
What do you have, like a P.O. box, like all those fancy streamers have?
And just attach it to both. And now I'm going to attach the clasp. This is just an
so now we can see the struggle.
And to make sure that you don't have sort of...
Okay.
You don't have...
So she was like, yeah, you just kind of... It's really simple.
It's
you
just
just
a good way to
have like 3 jump rings and...
You're doing chainmail that way. Once you get into your weave, you're just jump rings and 1 open ring. So go ahead and pick up your open ring. And now we're just going to pick up all 3 of our closed jump rings here. And just go ahead.
Oh, you do have a P.O. box. Ah!
And just close that jump ring up. Now here's an important step.
Okay.
So when you go ahead
get one
and
of
you
these.
place it down, what you're going to want is you're going to want 2 jump rings facing one way, but this 3rd jump ring in the back, you're going to want to flip him over.
1, 2,
like
and 3.
So that you actually have
Nope.
your 3 jump rings, 1, 2, 3,
1,
and your 4th, which is connecting them right there. You see that?
2 and a 3.
Okay. So now the next step is to take a closed jump ring and an open jump ring. Your closed jump ring, you're going to go ahead and set
thank you.
just behind there.
I like that you like my shirt.
Because now we're going to take our open jump ring, and now we're working with this ring, and this ring. and we're going to connect them using that open jump ring. And you're going to go through the center there and come around.
Okay, cool your jets, lady.
Now,
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to do this, and you might not be able to see, but
I feel stressed.
Jump ring, you're going to go ahead
Nope.
and your fourth, which is connecting them right there. You see that? Okay. So now the next step
So they should all be like
is to take a closed jump ring
that.
and an open jump ring. Your closed jump ring, you're going to go ahead and set just behind there.
Like this.
Because now we're going to take our open jump ring, and now we're working with this ring, and this ring. And we're going to connect them using that open jump ring. And you're going to go through the center there and come around and pick it up. Now, I'm going to do this, and you might not be able to see, but just hold tight, because as I weave a little bit further, it'll be easier for you to see what I'm doing.
You look beautiful once again. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. My dad and I went to Atlanta and got my windshield fixed today. Fucking finally.
Okay. So
What the hell did she do?
Out and show you what I did. So I now have these three connected by this ring, and these three connected by this ring. So now I'm just going to repeat. So you're going to take another
so it's almost
ring,
like
kind of just slide it behind there so you're able to pick it up nice and easy. Take an open jump ring, and now we're going to slide it through. Let's arrange that. Slide it through here, through this opening right here, and down, and making sure to pick up that other jump ring, and just kind of pulling my jump ring through here.
I'll never get this.
And closing it.
What if I can never understand it?
And now
what shirt is that?
Lays
it's a D&D shirt.
You're going to want it to weave in a certain way. So I'm going to do a few more just so you guys can kind of get the hang of it, and also
you can do it. I believe in you. I might have to look up a different tutorial. Nothing against this lady, but it's kind of hard to see what she's doing.
And you're going to thread it down through.
Through, right.
The first two rings, and then sliding it around. And
I mean, her finger's right in the way.
Gets on there. Pulling your jump ring through. Want to make sure it gets onto this jump ring. Sometimes you just got to wiggle it in there with your fingers.
So it almost looks like she is doing...
Okay, so you see where it's attached there to all three?
Like 1, 2, 3, maybe?
Pliers, and close it up. And you'll notice it's getting a little flipped.
Oh, it's a hustle.
This last jump ring here sits behind.
Your tats look cool. Too bad, I haven't seen them all. Yeah. You've seen pretty much all of them, I think.
You're going to want to leave a little starter piece for yourself. It'll make your work a lot easier. So this might be my starter piece, and then I'll just keep adding from here, and when I get the length of a bracelet that I want,
that seems easier.
I'll unattach it from here, and then I'll have
working
my nice
backwards
bracelet, but I'll always have this starter piece so that
if I understand what she was trying to do.
One chainmail, that's how I'm going to do it. So just to show you here on the bracelet, when you come to the end, and let me just go ahead and flip this over, so you'll see how it sort of looks. It is different.
Now let me see.
Sides. It does just
this is a half Persian, 3-in-1.
Right or left leaning, and that goes with these jump rings here on the bottom.
One more time.
And closing it. And now making sure this jump ring lays forward.
So there's that one,
You're going to
that
want
one,
it
that
to
one.
weave in a
No,
certain
but there
way.
should be 3.
I'm going to do a few more just so you guys can kind of get the hang of it. and also you can sort of see. Take your
I will
closed-up
learn
ring,
this.
slide it behind.
Just the one on your arm? Arms. I have some on my arms.
And you're going to thread it down through, picking up the first 2 rings, and then sliding it around.
Not really. I don't remember what they are or what they look like. Well, now you've seen this one. That's the Big Daddy. And then I have NCC 1701 from Star Trek. I have this one from Legend of Zelda. And then I have one on like my shoulder blade type area. It's Morse code and it says, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine."
And now I'm just going to take it.
So half Persian, 3-in-1 chainmail.
And close it up. And you'll notice it's getting a little flip.
Half
So I just need to make sure
Persian
that this
chainmail,
last jump
3-in-1 chainmail tutorial.
sits behind. So I'm just going to wiggle it with my finger there. And
Where are the other ones? The only other one that I have is like, I have a Pikachu on my hip. It's like a cute little squishy Pikachu. He's like super round and really cute. We'll see what this person has to say.
Hey guys, my name is Demani and I'm from Ozyman. Welcome.
Aw, she looks like she knows what's up.
Hey guys, big hi, hello.
I think I have a picture of it on, maybe on my Instagram?
So today I've got a redo.
Like way far down there. I got it whenever I was 18.
This was a request from one of our customers. So today
Your first Pokemon game was Yellow? Aw. I've been playing a lot of the classic Pokemon games recently.
Alright guys, let's get into it. Okay guys, I've got some sample pieces made up here for you of the half Persian 3-in-1
Cool, show me how.
initially. So grab yourself a twist tie or a piece of wire, something like that.
Wait, how'd you do that?
Leaning towards your right.
You just twisty tie it.
Grab a twist tie.
What a genius.
All 3 rings. Stacking them up like this so that this just holds it in place for me initially. So grab yourself a twist tie or a piece of wire, something like that would help you start this weave. So before we start this weave, in case you haven't done any half Persian 3-in-1 before, we've got a couple of maneuvers. We've got through the eye. Now the eye is formed where 2 rings, or 2 or more rings overlap and form this shape here. This is called the eye. So through the eye means we go straight through like this, straight through the center of both at the same time. Around the eye means we go through 1 ring first, we bring that back around and we come up through the 2nd ring. And when we close that ring, it'll be sitting around that eye, not through it like the first way.
Like that?
So as I said, we're going to start off doing our half Persian 3-in-1 right leading base weave first. So get your 3 rings stacked up with them leaning to the right. Take up another open ring. And we're going to feed this around the eye that's formed by the 1st and the 2nd ring. So we can just flip this one out of the way if you like. We're going to go around that eye. So we're going to go through the 2nd ring, bring it back, come up through that 1st ring.
Okay, hold the phone.
That's formed by the 1st and the 2nd ring. So we can just flip this one out of the way if you like.
Oh, what does it look like now? Just looks like a squishy little Pikachu.
2nd ring, bring it back.
Holy shit. These women are nuts.
Close that up.
What?
That's what it looks like at the moment. We're going to take up another open
So
ring.
that's like...
This time,
No.
it's going to go through that 1st eye. It's formed by rings 1 and 2. But it's going to go around the eye that's formed by it's going to be stacked underneath the ring that you've placed previously. So there's a little bit to remember there. So what I'm going to do here first is I'm going to put the ring through my third ring here. I'm going to bring it all the way around the back, and I'm going to bring it up
That can't be it.
between the eye that's formed by the first and the second ring. So
I give up.
through my third ring,
No, I'm not having fun.
bring it up around and bring it through.
This is too hard for me.
There. Close it up.
This is too much.
Your work should look like this.
You know what I have done before, though, is a Byzantine ring.
This side here, up through the eye that's
So maybe that will be easier to remember.
We're going to pop on one of our 3 closed rings. And then before closing it, we're going to feed.
I'm doing this one. Easy tutorial. I think pretty much any of them will do. You can do it, Nikki. You don't know. You don't know how hard it is to be Nikki.
That are always wearing this lovely big silver chain. Well, this design is actually called the Byzantine chain.
Byzantine.
It's dead easy when you know how. So, I want to show you how to do it. Follow me. Now, before we get
Yeah, it looks harder, but at least I've done it before.
If you do any research on chainmail designs, you'll hear this phrase aspect ratio or AR. So you need to understand what that means. It's very simple. Aspect ratio is the inner diameter
Aspect
of your ring,
ratio.
or the thickness of the mandrel that you wind your jump rings on, divided by the thickness of your wire. Okay? So it's the size of your mandrel divided by the thickness of your wire. Simple as that. And this is very, very important. I can demonstrate this here on these 2 silver bracelets. The top one has got an aspect ratio of 4.1.
Man, he's going into straight teaching
Very
mode.
loose, very open. There's quite a bit of a gap in between the links there. Very easy to make this. This is actually my necklace. In contrast, the other silver chain here, this has got an aspect ratio.
See, he's like,
of
very
3.4,
easy.
And you can see it's a lot tighter and a lot closer.
Is it unethical to
knit.
cut
Now,
your
the important thing
dog's
is,
voice
both
box
of
out?
these use the same wire.
I think it's on the same scale as like declawing your cat, maybe.
5mm mandrel. The bottom one uses the same 1.2mm.
But you know, people like
mandrel.
they have like
And
pet
so you see that changes all the
skunks,
proportions of it. So for
and
Byzantine, you want
they take out
3.5 to
their
4.
glands.
So any more than a 4,
Can't be much worse than that.
You lose too much space in it, and you lose the pattern.
Why is your dog being like
Anything
burp,
less
burp,
than
burp,
3.4 here, you just wouldn't be able to make it. So
constantly?
if you're starting out, you want a nice open chain that's easy to make. So you want an aspect ratio of about 4.
Yeah, she's just so yippy. Man, I cannot relate to that. Like, Hippo, like, anytime she's ever barked, I'm like, hippos don't bark, and she's like, yeah, you're right.
It's about 4 times the size, and you'll get a really nice, easy to make Byzantine chain.
So, yippy dog stuff is just not anything I can help you with.
This is 1.75mm wound on a 6.5mm mandrel.
Oh, that's all stuck together. Put that right there.
Which will make a nice big open chain, so it's very easy for you to follow along and see what's going on. I'm going to make about 120 jump rings, and this is going to need about 3 meters of wire. Byzantine absolutely eats wire. So for an 8-inch bracelet, you're going to need something like 3 meters. And
Is it just like whenever you put her up in the crate or something, she's just like burp, burp, burp,
I can also tell you that an 8-inch silver bracelet, this fine one, weighs about 1 troy ounce of silver. So for a 16-inch necklace, you can double that. For a 24-inch necklace, you can treble it. And it'll give you a rough idea of the amount of wire, the number of rings, and the relative costs. So I've got about 120 jump rings here. Now I made these on my Tools jump ring maker, which I would highly recommend if you're going to do a lot of chainmail. If you're making them by hand,
Oh, this guy's
you can
cheating.
use a knitting needle or a piece of dowel, but it's very important that you saw jump rings.
Cheating
Don't
ass
use
cheater.
light cutters with them because you never get perfect ends. You should always saw your jump rings. That's awkward, it's time consuming. So like I say, if you're doing a lot, then I highly recommend having a look at the Peppy.
She's fine in her cage, but she's if she's out, she wants to be. Man, I thought I desensitized or whatever.
I would suggest if you just
She wants to be
have a look at aluminium
bitching.
wire. It's easy to bend.
And if she's not, she barks.
There's lots of different colours, so you can really have some.
Maybe let's see, SH.
Use a fine tooth blade and keep your saw well lubricated with some beeswax or cut lube. If you've got a tumbler, then tumble all your rings. It'll harden them up and it'll get rid of any burrs and any grease.
Well, it sounds like she's doing something really bad, and if she's not, then she's barking.
120 jump rings. You can make life easier by closing about a third of them. So if you close about 40 rings, now in order to close them, I'm using parallel pliers here because I'm using quite big rings. If you're working with smaller silver ones, you might want some chain nose pliers. But grab your ring at either side with the gap at the top, and you want to wiggle it side to side. Go past the joint, back to the joint, just a couple of times, and make sure that it closes nice and tight. They'll close about 40. With all the rest, it's going to really help if you open them just by a couple of millimeters. This means that you can pick them up and thread them through without having to put down the chain and pick up your other pliers to open them. So pre-open 80, close 40. We're going to start off the chain by making 6 links, 2, 2, 2, so kind of 3 double links like this. So to start, get an open link, and you want to place 4 closed links on it. Grab it with your parallel pliers and make sure it's nice and tightly closed.
1, 2.
Then do the same thing again. We're going to double it up. So get another open link,
4.
put it through all 4 and close that. And then when you put them all on a line, it should look like this. 2, 2, 2. Now, a little tip for you here, I like to use a lanyard and just clip it through the end link, and you can just hang it around your neck while you work on it, and it just helps you to remember which is the end and which is the end that you're working on. Once you've got the 3 double links, the second move is to flip the end links round. So we take that link up there and just hold it at the top, and then the bottom one swings round. So both links are flipped backwards.
Like that.
You can see that V shape there, hopefully. The third move is the difficult one. We're going to put a link through those 2 flip links. So if you see where the needle is here, it goes through
I remember
the flip
this.
links, but on the inside of what I know the end link.
She just wants constant attention. Well, she is a little doggo.
It's tricky.
That's a
when you
pupper
first do
thing,
but
isn't
you'll
it?
soon get used to it. So get an open link.
I'm just gonna get
you
one of
thread it
these.
through just
This'll
those
help.
2 links, nothing else. And
I
then when you
believe.
pull it, again, just check that you've got that V shape.
Put that
If
way,
looks
that
right,
way.
you can then close it up. Again, just check it, make sure you've got the V shape, make sure everything's right, and then
Make sure you
double
got the
up.
V
So
shape,
stick
like
another
it's
one
super
through
easy.
in exactly the same place. And then just check it, and you should have half of the knot sequence.
Is that it?
So look at it there, you can see the V shape there and on the other side. So that's what you should have now. That's the difficult bit. Once you've got those 2 connecting links through, then the rest of it's easy. So now we're going to add 4 links, 2 plus 2. And again, just as when we started, we can speed this up. So get an open jump ring.
This is hard.
Put 2 on it and hook that onto the end of your chain through
So
those 2
just like
connecting rings that we put
this?
in.
And then
Fasten it
like
up, and then again double it up by putting the second one through. And if you look at it now, we've added those 4 rings. You've now got 2, 2, 2 at the end. So
2, 2,
basically,
2, and
you're
then
right
that
back where you
flips
started
over.
again. And that's
And
all
then
there
that
is
flips
to it.
over, right?
When you see 2 plus 2 plus 2, the 3 double links at the end, all you do is flip the end links round and then put your 2 connecting rings through. 2 plus 2, flip the end rings, put your connectors through. 2 plus 2, flip the end rings, put your connectors through. And that's all you keep doing, it's just those 3 moves. So just keep going until you get the link that you require. So just to make absolutely clear, at this point now, I will put 2 connecting rings through on the inside. Now once I've got my connecting rings on,
I say that like I know what the fuck I'm doing.
And then repeat again. So flip the ends round. 2 connectors.
And if I'm not staring in her eyes,
2 plus 2.
some things
Like
your
said, once you've
face
got it,
to get
you've got it.
your
You
attention.
can just keep going. You want to go to about 7
I hope
inches
she doesn't
long,
fuck your face.
and then we'll show you how to make a clasp.
Okay, this guy's gonna show me how to start this
Of
shit
course,
again.
You can just buy a lobster clasp, but I think with a handmade
Starting
bracelet,
at
it's
the
nice
very
to finish it off
beginning.
completely with a handmade clasp. So this is what we're going to make. It's just a standard little wire clothesline.
Yeah, I got
And
that.
then when you put them all on a line, it should look like this.
Got it.
2, 2, 2. Now,
Then what?
little tip for you here, I like to use a lanyard and just clip it through the
A
end
lanyard.
link, and you can just hang it around your neck while you work on it, and it just helps you to remember which is the end and which
That's
is the
actually
end that you're
super
working
smart.
on. Once you've got the 3 double links, the second move is to flip the end links round. So we take that link up there and just hold it at the top, and then the bottom one swings round. So both links are flipped backwards, and you can see that V shape there hopefully. The third move is the difficult one. We're going to put a link through those 2 flip links. So if you see where the needle is here, it goes through the flip links, but on the inside of what are now the end links. It's kind of difficult to explain this bit, but hopefully you can see where that needle's going there. It's tricky when you first do it, but you'll soon get used to it. So get an open link, and you need to thread it through just those 2 links, nothing else. And then when you pull it, again, just check that you've got that V shape. If that looks right, you can then close it up. Again, just check it, make sure you've got the V shape, make sure everything's right, and then double up. So stick another one through in exactly the same place. And then just check
Let's see what that looks like.
And you should have half of the knot sequence. So look at it there, you can see the V shape there and on the other side. So that's what you should have now. That's the difficult bit. Once you've got those 2 connecting links through, then the rest
that
of
looks
it's
like
easy.
some jacked
So
up
now
shit right
we're
there.
going to add 4 links, 2 plus 2.
So I don't think
And
that's
again,
it.
just as when we started, we can speed this up. So get an open jump ring, put 2 on it, and hook that onto the end of your chain through those 2 connecting rings that you just put in.
I can do this.
Fasten it up, and then again double it up by putting a second one through.
You keep swearing and it keeps like bleeping it out on my
Now
chat.
2, 2, 2 at the end. So basically, you're right back where you started again, and that's all there is to it. When you see 2 plus 2 plus 2,
so you fold
the 3
that back.
double links at the end, all you do is flip the end links round.
I remember
and
there
put
was a
2
trick.
connecting rings through. 2 plus 2, flip the end rings, put your connectors to.
Like it was not this big of a deal.
And that's why you keep doing
Like
it.
you kind of go foop,
So just keep going until
and then you
get the
go
link that you require.
foop.
So just to make absolutely clear, at this point now, I will put 2 connecting rings through on the inside. Now once I've got the connecting
And
rings
it's
on,
not those 2.
and then repeat again. So flip the ends round, 2 connectors.
Okay, which ones do I thread it through? That's all I need. That's all I need to know.
Flipped backwards, and you can see that V shape there, hopefully. The third move is the difficult one. We're going to put a link through those 2 flip links. So if you see where the needle is here,
Oh,
through
that.
flip links, but on the inside of what I know.
Gotcha.
It's
Easy.
difficult to explain this bit, but hopefully you can see where that needle's going there. It's tricky when you first do it, but you'll soon get used to it. So get an open link, and you need to thread it through just those two links, nothing else. And then when you pull it, again, just check that you've got that V shape. If that looks right, you can then close it up. Again, just check it, make sure you've got the V shape, make sure everything's right, and then double up. So stick another one through in exactly the same place. And then just check it, and you should have half of the knot sequence. So look at it there, you can see the V shape there and on the other side. So that's what you should have now. That's the difficult bit. Once you've got those two connecting links through, then the rest of it's easy. So now we're going to add 4 links, 2 plus 2. And again, just as when we started, we can speed this up. So get an open jump ring.
Son of a fuck.
Put 2 on it. Hook that onto
Oh
the
well,
end of the
haven't
chain
noticed.
through those 2 connecting
I've been
rings
fighting
and
with
put it.
Iris.
Fasten it up. And then again,
We think
double it up,
one of the
wind on
kittens
second
might be
one.
blind. Oh
Look at
no!
it now. We've added
What makes
those
you think
4 rings.
that?
You've now got 2, 2, 2 at the end. So basically, you're right back where you started again. And that's all there is to it. When you see 2 plus 2 plus 2,
I give up.
3 double links at the end,
Giving up.
what you do
Giving up.
is
Giving
flip the
up.
end
Giving
link
up. I'm
round
giving up. I'm
and then
giving
put
up.
your 2 connecting rings through. 2 plus 2, flip the end rings, put your connectors to. 2 plus 2, flip the end rings, put your connectors through. And that's all you keep doing, it's just those 3 moves. So just keep going until you get the length that you require. So just to make absolutely clear, at this point now, I will put 2 connecting rings through on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Now once
Yeah,
I've
it's
got
so
the connecting
easy.
rings on, 2 plus 2, and then repeat again. So flip the ends
2
round,
plus 2, and then you flip it,
2
and blah blah
connectors.
blah.
2 plus 2. And hopefully that makes sense now. Like I said, once you've got it, you've got it.
I
You
know,
can just
I
keep
know.
going.
I've done it
you want
before.
to go to about 7 inches long, and then we'll show you how to make a clasp. Of course, you can just buy a lobster clasp, but I think with a handmade bracelet,
Hold it,
it's nice to
hold
finish
it,
it off
hold it. I think I
completely
got it.
with a handmade clasp. So this is what we're going to make. It's just a standard little wire clasp, kind of hook arrangement. To start, you need a piece of
Is it
straight
that?
wire about 4 inches long.
I think I
Just make
done
a
did
note
it.
for roughly where the centre is. Using a pair of round nose pliers.
If this is it, I'm gonna
or I've
fucking
got
freak
half
out.
round and half flat nose pliers here. Find the middle and bend it over. So you're making kind of like a hairpin shape. Make sure both the ends
It
are
kind of looks
even,
like it, right?
and just clip them if they need it with some
Is that
wire
what it looks
cutters.
like?
You're now going to squeeze both of the pieces of wire together.
What does it look like
So
with his?
using your parallel jaw pliers.
I'm gonna watch another one too. I will learn this. Let's see, what's this person doing? Look, I'm gonna teach you some Byzantine.
There we go. And now I'm going to open one up. Opening some rings and closing some rings too.
Yeah, I know how to open and close rings.
Okay, so let me show you what I mean. So I've got my new ring. I'm going to go under these two. And I'm going to catch.
Oh, its eyes are all milky looking. Oh,
So I basically made a little cake
I hope not.
out of these 4. And then I'll just close this guy on up. I'm going to do the same thing with our second one, because we always work in pairs with this weave. So I'm going to put this guy through the same place I just put that other one. Right next to him.
Hmm.
Just like that. And close him on up. So now we have our first little set of nesting rings there. So to continue this, what I'm going to do, you can kind of speed this
Ish.
up by
That's right, right?
linking onto some closed rings instead of just opening and adding on each time. I'll show you what I mean by that. So go ahead and get 2 closed rings ready.
Is that it?
And then I'll grab 2 open rings.
Nope, not that one.
And now as I add on here, what I'm going to do...
The anger. You're probably going to keep that one?
2 on the end, just like so.
Especially if that one's blind. I think that'd be really... That'd be really nice to do that.
And that'll save me some effort of having to open and close rings to make this longer. Okay. So he's going through 4 now.
I wonder what all you'd have to do for a blind kitten.
Put him through the same 2 there, and also those 2 new ones. Oops. Let me do that again. I got a little tangled up trying to look through the camera screen here. So I'm going to go through these first 2. And then also those 2 new ones.
I think I got it now.
And close him on up. So you can see once again, we actually have a chain of 3. 3 sets of
1,
2 pairs
2.
right there.
So one more.
There's 1, 2, and 3 at the end that I'm holding on to. So we're going to once again do the same thing, where you take your final pair, you're going to open those 2 up, and flip them backwards, just like that, and then you're going to open these up.
We wonder if it's deaf too?
Go ahead, grab 2 more
Because
open
its
ones.
little meow is super quiet.
I'll
Stop!
show you that once again. We have our chain of 3 pairs, so you know it's time to flip these next.
That's so
back.
sad.
Just gonna flip them back like that, and then go
Helen Keller cat.
and grab both
Son of a fuck.
of those. There we go. And we're just gonna close him up.
Wholesome stream. Very wholesome stream here.
And same thing. We always want to work in pairs, so I'm gonna add another ring on there.
There we go.
Pop him through the same spot. And close him on up.
There we go. I feel like I'm getting it. There's that.
So at this
And then
point,
you
you
kind of
have
like
to leave.
flip,
It's just
flip.
gonna be pure
And then you
repetition.
flip, flip.
We're gonna keep adding.
I remember how to
until
do
we
this
have our
now.
chain of 3 pairs, flipping that final pair open, and sliding the open rings through it. So I'm gonna do a few more repetitions.
Just like riding a bike, except
a little bit
more
faster
painful.
rhythm, just so you can kind of get the flow of repeating this pattern.
Cool. So I think I'm going to listen to a podcast. I was telling a friend of mine about CRISPR. Oh, hey. Mr. Trucky Mitch! Bringing back the Holy Roman Empire. You love it. Dude, I'm trying my best. M found her while she was having the kittens, and one was literally hanging, by its neck in a car seat armrest. We think it may have been that one. They saved its life, but, it might not have gotten oxygen for a minute.
And again, this is what the pattern looks like, if you use the wider, jumping
That's so
style
sad.
gauge. So it does look quite a bit more open.
I mean, hopefully nothing is wrong with it at all.
These jumpings, but they're a little bit smaller. And again, I will include the link in the description below.
So, thinking about listening to a podcast.
And what jumping you should use to get your desired look. I do hope you found this tutorial helpful. If you're curious,
Maybe a radio lab?
Finish this into a bracelet or necklace. I do have a tutorial on making a wire wrap clasp.
Is this also DMCA? I have no idea.
My channel. And please do
There's
also
a
check out
Radio
my Facebook
Lab.
page and Etsy shop. Sales from there do help me keep making these free and instructional videos for you, and the links to those
CRISPR.
will be in the description section right below. You might.
Oh shit, did they not have it on here? Let me see if they have it on their website. Fingers crossed, but it's ours now anyway. How many animals do you want? I'm gonna eat dinner. I'll talk to you later. Alright. I'll see you soon. But how you doing, Trucky Mitch? Let's see. Is it NPR? I'll just try Radio Lab. CRISPR and see what pops up. Ooh, antibodies. Everyone will want to listen to this.
Hey, this is Jad. Radiolab is supported by Monday.com. When your team joins forces, it's amazing.
Living the dream. How about you?
But when you are spread across tons
just
of
making some
tools,
chainmail,
it's easier
also
to
living
spend
the
more
dream.
time managing the tools than the team.
You're more of a
Monday.com
14th
Work
century
OS
guy?
gives organizations a powerful
Oh.
platform to run all their work. To start your free
I
2-week
see.
trial, go to Monday.com. That's Monday.com.
By the way,
for your
is
2-week
our
trial.
podcast DMCA?
Hey, this is Jad. Radiolab is supported by
Am I gonna
IBM.
get punted
We
into
want
the
best
sun
of
by
both worlds.
YouTube and
We want
Twitch?
A hybrid, a smarter hybrid cloud approach with IBM helps retailers manage supply chains with Watson AI while predicting demands with ease. The world is going hybrid with IBM. Go hybrid at ibm.com/hybridcloud.
Listener supported. WNYC Studios.
Oh, wait, you're listening.
You're
Listening
to Radio Lab.
Radio
From
WNYC.
Nah, just talk about it.
NPR.
Probably fair use.
This is Radiolab.
Oh.
I'm Robert Krulwich.
There's links.
Like I have to talk about it?
You were some kind of an affair?
Yeah, so I'll tell you how it got. I was at a party. It was a
Party.
a conference where they had a lot of different people of different disciplines come together. You know, one of those. There are panel discussions and various things. And so we were at one of the like functions, and it was a situation where like dinner hadn't yet been served, and there was a lot of booze being served, so everybody was like drunk on an empty stomach. So I was standing there with some biologists.
Oh, they're the fun ones. The drunk biologists, yes.
As my people apparently, and they started to lose.
That's my
their
kind of party,
shit.
drunk
Like,
biologists.
genuinely lose their shit. About
DMC
this
only
thing called
matters if they
CRISPR.
have
And, like, I've
good
never seen
lawyers.
scientists this excited about anything. So I was
Well,
like,
this
what
is
this
NPR.
thing?
They
What
might.
is CRISPR? And they were trying to explain it to me, but they couldn't slow down enough for me to get it. I gathered it had something to do with genetics, and then at one point, one of the biologists turned to me and was like, "I'll tell you what it is. I can use CRISPR to take a little dog and poof, make it into a big dog. Give me
Nuh-uh.
a Chihuahua, I could turn it into the size of a Great Dane." And I was like, "No, you can't." He's like, "Yes, I can. I could do it with CRISPR." I was like, "What the hell is this thing?"
You want me to sit here as usual?
Yeah, if you sit here, I will get up. You know, fly. And
No,
anyway,
no.
we'd be sitting here together.
So what happened was I came back and I immediately called science writer Carl Zimmer because I just figured
Look, I'm doing
for
a
this kind of
thing.
thing, this is a Carl
Kinda
thing.
looks
I
cool,
gotta talk to
right?
Carl. So I basically asked him like, why all the fuss? Maybe it was just the alcohol, but maybe there's something really happening here.
Oh, there's something totally happening there. I mean, it's big.
He started at the beginning.
So you can actually find like the first reference to CRISPR in a 1987 paper from some Japanese scientists. They basically described something weird in E. coli, and they said, "We don't know what this is."
E. coli are bacteria inside humans, and like all living things, E. coli is made up of DNA, A's and T's and C's and G's, and what happened was that these scientists were reading a chunk of that genetic code when
They found this really strange stretch of DNA.
Strange how?
Well, so basically what it was 5 identical sequences
Are you working? Driving around town?
in a row. And then they were separated by very short sequences in between them that were all different from each other.
These little blurps would be like,
What are they?
And they looked
What?
at this and they're like, what? This is nothing like we've seen before.
Repeated sequences in bacterial genomes are kind of unusual.
Seems very strange.
Some biologists felt that, there must be a purpose for these.
among those purpose seekers,
Jennifer Doudna, University of California, Berkeley.
she's a cell biologist.
Yeah,
So it's Doudna, not Dudna.
it's Doudna. I used to be called the dude sometimes in school. But
Oh, did it pause? No. Continue. Wonder why it's loading like that. Yep, you're at work. Just trucking around town. I'm just hanging out trying to get this shit to start playing. I think if I click on it more times, it'll help. What if I go to here? The exact same fucking place I was at.
Hey, this is Jad. Radiolab is supported by Monday.com. A little dog, and poof, make it into a big dog. Give me a Chihuahua, I could turn it into the size of a Great Dane. And I was like, no, the alcohol? But maybe there's something really happening here.
Oh, there's something totally happening here. I mean, it's big.
He started at the beginning.
So you can actually find like the first reference.
I fixed
to CRISPR
it.
in a 1987 paper from some Japanese scientists. They basically described something weird in E. coli, and they said, we don't know what this is.
E. coli are bacteria inside humans, and like all living things, E. coli is made up of DNA, A's and T's and C's and G's, and what happened was that these scientists were reading a chunk of that genetic code when
they found this really strange
Let me guess, it's gonna be
stretch of DNA.
Strange how?
Well, so basically what it was 5 identical sequences in a row. And then they were separated by very short sequences in between them that were all different from each other.
Okay, I have to
These
skip
little
that.
blurps would be like,
It sounds like an app.
yeah.
CRISPR?
But now, scientists had this puzzle.
If nature at this level preserves something intact here and here and here and here and here and here, and some of these heres are creatures that have been around for hundreds of millions of years, you figure, well, whatever this is,
It's doing something.
it's doing something.
But what?
It doesn't take very long before the first big clue comes up.
All right, fast forward. 2005. Now scientists have these big searchable databases of DNA sequences. So some scientists think, well, let's do a search. Let's see if these repeating patterns we keep finding match anything else that's out there in the world.
And these scientists are using computers to just line up these stretches of DNA with thousands upon thousands of different species, and then click, all of a sudden they discover
That those bits of
There we
DNA
go.
between the repeats, the stuff in the middle, those blurps.
these
I don't like how
are
it sounds like
matching
ducks and
virus
goose.
DNA. Like you can
Geese?
find viruses with genes where these little,
So the bacteria
no.
had virus inside of them?
Yep.
Is it always
Does
the
that
same?
mean that that a virus brought it into these cells? Does
Well-
it tell you anything about the origin of it?
The first recognition was this is virus DNA. Somehow, all these bacteria have little snippets of virus DNA wedged in these particular places in their genome.
Which is a little weird if you think about it. I mean, these are totally different creatures. It would be like inside a human finding a little bit of mosquito DNA.
Yeah, well, how do we interpret this?
Well, actually, there was one scientist, his name is Eugene Koonin, who looked at these results and just said, okay, I get it. It's a defense system.
What?
Why would he think that?
Because he's a brilliant man.
What do you mean? If
How
I
do
went
you
to
get to that?
I went to a large sanitation dump and
Right.
I found a teeny bit of human hair, why would I think, oh, I get it, it's a defense mechanism? I wouldn't know. It's just like a bit of human.
Right. Well, you see, that metaphor might sort of betray your lack of skill in microbiology. I'm just saying, like, this is not a dump, all right? This is, bacteria are not going to just let virus DNA get into their genes willy-nilly, okay? Remember, viruses
Oh,
are the big enemy.
willy-nilly.
If you're bacteria, viruses make your life a nightmare. Think about in the ocean, okay? The ocean is full of viruses, and viruses kill up to 40% of all of those bacteria every day.
Really?
Every day, yeah. And we know that they have defenses. What Eugene Koonin said was, okay, I'm going to bet that these bacteria are somehow grabbing pieces of DNA from viruses,
Quack.
and then they're storing it. And
That's
now
what it
they
sounded
have a way
like.
of recognizing those viruses.
How's the volume, by the way?
It's like little Polaroid shots of the enemy.
Right.
Know thy enemy.
Not sure if this will interest you or not, but CRISPR is actually very interesting.
This is Eugene Koonin,
leader of the Evolutionary Genomics Group at the National Center for Biotechnology Information.
He's the guy that Carl referenced who thunk up the whole idea that maybe these bits of
It's
virus
about how
DNA
we
inside the
will
bacteria
edit
is the bacteria
DNA in the
trying to defend
future.
itself.
But really, if I would credit myself with anything here, it was not so much guessing this, because when you see these identical sequences, that gets pretty obvious. It is figuring out how the mechanism was likely to work.
So can you walk us through how the mechanism is likely to work?
All right. What happens is,
when a virus comes in
Ah, son of a
to
fucking
a
bitch.
cell, they just kind of
Yeah, just enjoy the
explodes and
podcast
kind of
with
releases
me in the
naked
background
genes,
saying, like,
basically.
If you're
fucking
this
fuck.
bacteria, these things might take over your cells, so you've got to respond.
most of the time, you have multiple
It's relaxing.
weapons of defense.
If you've never seen this virus before, usually the first thing you do, says Eugene, is you send out these enzymes to attack the viruses. They're sort of like the ground troops, and they fight really hard.
But much of the time, they fail, and then no one will hear about you again.
They're not terribly sophisticated fighters, so very often the virus takes over, the bacteria dies.
Dun, dun, dun.
But there is some non-zero probability that you actually survive the attack.
If you do, then what the bacteria will do is send in some new enzymes to basically clean up, to go out, find any stray viruses,
And then cut the enemy DNA into suitable small pieces.
and here he says is where you get to the storage part. Those enzymes will then take those little bits of virus and shove them into the bacteria's own DNA, right in those little spaces between the repeats.
Right there and nowhere else.
So I use those spaces in my own DNA.
I'll just
as a
shove them
storage
on in there,
facility?
huh?
Yes, if you will, you use it as a memory device.
Because here's what happens. Next time that virus shows up, sprays its genes everywhere. Now you are prepared. And this is where the CRISPR story really gets going. Because
I know what I'm doing
instead
wrong.
of sending out the
I've
ground
discovered
troops,
my-
you're probably
my
gonna get your
issue.
asses beat. Now you can actually send out the big guns. And in fact, what the cell does is it will manufacture these special molecular assassins. And it'll give
Dun,
those
dun.
assassins a copy of that little bit of virus DNA it has in storage. Basically saying, here, take this mugshot. If you see anything that matches this pattern, kill it.
And these attackers, do we know what what one of them looks like?
Yep. So we know what the protein looks like. It actually looks. I would describe it a little bit like a clamshell.
Sort of imagine Pac-Man, but kind of misshapen and rough. And each one of these guys,
what it has is a copy of that virus DNA
it's got the mugshot.
that it's kind of waving around. And what then happens is that
Whenever the Pac-Man bumps into some virus DNA,
it pulls apart the DNA, unzips it.
reads it. If it's not the right one, it goes on. Nope.
I like how it's moseying.
Mm-mm.
And if that RNA has the same sequence, then click, click, it just locks in.
And if that happens, then the DNA is trapped and molecular blades come out.
He's locked and loaded.
And chop.
Cutting its head with a mighty blow.
Yeah.
Wow, so this is smart scissors.
So it's like, are you like the thing I got? Are you like the thing I got? You're like the thing I got. Snip, snip.
All right, now we're gonna kill.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
And it has
I
to
see.
be exact. It has to be an exact match.
When scientists first discovered this whole system, they were fascinated.
They were working it out. They're like, oh, okay, then this happens. And this
Didn't they
happens,
say this was in
happens.
like
Cool.
But then,
the
in
nine
walks
The dude.
19 something?
Jennifer Doudna with a crazy idea. Well, I don't know if it's crazy, but radical.
Sounded kind of
This could be
recent.
an amazing technology.
This is a tool.
This is a tool.
Yeah.
Right.
This is a tool that we can use to cut DNA where we want to cut DNA.
Her basic thought was, why don't we turn this defense into offense? Because these things, they seem to be really good at cutting, and yet they only seem to cut the things that are on their mugshot. So maybe I could just replace what's on their mugshot. So instead of them going after viruses,
Why male?
maybe they could go after a gene that causes
Like why
Huntington's
chainmail?
disease or hemophilia.
Why?
For example,
Why snail
this is
mail?
actually something that's been done. Say you got a mouse with something like hemophilia.
Like why am I making mail?
This is a disease that's caused by one bad gene. So what you do is you take these little surgeons,
I don't
you
know.
give them the mugshot for the bad
If that's what you're
gene,
asking,
then you
it's
stick the surgeon with the new mugshot in a mouse,
Then you
it's
set
just
it
kind of
loose
relaxing, I guess.
and just like it's programmed to, it will find that gene.
and click, click, chop. The scissors will end up cutting exactly the gene you wanted to cut.
So the bad gene's gone. Now the question is, how do you put in the good gene? Right?
Right.
It turns out, actually, according to Jennifer Doudna, that that's actually not as hard as you would think.
Really?
Yeah, apparently
Yes.
what you do is just throw this new good gene kind of in the neighborhood of where the old
I
gene
don't know.
just in the general vicinity.
That's
You
a
don't
really
have
good
to get super
question. Why
precise. I
male?
mean, it turns out that there are repair enzymes that are probably continually
mean,
surveying and checking.
What
for
else
breaks.
would I
She says
do?
what will happen is that inside the cell, these repair crews will come along, they'll see the break, they'll see the good gene just sitting there next to the break, they'll be like, all right, I'll just stick it in.
Put the pretty guy in this space.
Exactly.
Like some
So-
other
so
arts and
we
crafts?
take advantage of a natural repair
I can.
pathway that cells have.
They trick both the cutters and the fixers.
Yeah, now we're not assassinating anymore. Now we're actually engineering.
So I've actually also thought about doing other like arts and crafts stuff because I do know how to sew. I know how to crochet. I like doing chainmail, just kind of like stuff that keeps my hands busy or whatever. So yeah, I mean, why mail is a really good question. I can even like make those really like little tiny like amigurumi things. No, just curious if you're a bit of an armor person. Oh, so I actually learned it at a convention, like a gaming like tabletop convention, where you could buy tickets to like various like panels, I guess is what it would be called. And there was one that was like, hey, learn how to make your own chainmail. And so I was like, oh, cool. I'll learn how to make chainmail. And that's how I kind of got into it. These are actually the pliers that I got from the little thing. And these cause arthritis really bad. So that's how I got into it. Was going to conventions and just being like, cool, I guess I could be into this. I don't see why not. Oh, and yeah, the person that was teaching it to us, like the room that we were in, as far as the armor aspect of it, yeah, there was definitely some like big sweaty dudes in there that had like full on like armor on that was like LARPing, like stabbing each other with like fake swords. It was kind of cute.
To refashionate.
Although haven't we been designing genes, doing a form of genetic engineering for, I don't know, like 30 years?
Yes, but not like this.
Genome editing technologies have been around for a long time, but none of them have been as powerful as CRISPR is.
That's Beth Shapiro from UC Santa Cruz. She was actually one of the biologists that I drunkenly talked to at that thing.
Was it a modern art museum? I can't even really remember.
I don't remember either.
Must have been quite an evening to have the setting be so vague.
Anyhow, here's how she put it to us. Back in the day, this was just like 2 years ago, you would have these gene
Are you into any arts and crafts stuff?
Put it in a cell.
And what happened before was you would give it some instructions about where to go, and it might go there, but it might go to somewhere that's kind of related to where that was.
So it's like, you just take a right at Staten Island, but it takes a left.
And not only would it take a left at Staten Island and not find there, but it would have cost you a fortune and taken up 6 months of your time to get that thing. And now, it's really easy.
You just give it that mugshot.
And it goes, I'm going to find that guy. Exactly.
So it seems to be pretty precise, and it's cheap. Like the old tools would set you back about $5,000 just to use them once. CRISPR, about $75. And here's the kicker, says Carl. It seems at the moment that you could take these things out of bacteria, stick them into
I was
almost
just saying
any other
because
creature. and
I'm
it
like
still
a big
works.
You can
fan
use the same CRISPR
of
system.
like 10th to
Like you, like, do
15th
it if corn
century.
is vulnerable
Do it in
to
Love
corn.
arms and armor.
Do it in corn, do it in anything.
You
I
should
have
get
not-
into it,
I'm
man.
waiting for someone to say
It's really not that
CRISPR
hard once
doesn't
you
work
get
in species
the hang
X,
of it.
And I have not heard of that.
So basically what you have
should have
for the
seen me
first time in
struggling
science is this
earlier.
gene editing technology
Wanted
that
to
is
blow my
cheap,
fucking brains out.
precise, and possibly universal.
And then you can be a
And Jennifer
LARPer.
Doudna says the moment the full impact of that landed on her,
I literally had, the hairs on the back
I
of my
am.
neck were standing
LOL. I bought a sword. What kind of sword?
just processing the fact that this thing exists, and that you could actually program it to cut DNA, and just like this.
I used to want a
molecular
samurai
scissors,
sword
and I
so
can just
bad.
program it and it cuts DNA wherever I want.
No. You don't want to be a LARPer?
Unless you think about it further. which we
I'll
will
be
do in
on
I feel a cloud coming
Princip.
over the horizon.
Hey,
Over
Princip.
do you see?
I see
Those
it's getting
clouds
sort
on the
of
horizon?
dark over there, but we'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I'm guessing that's
Hi,
like
this
not
is Lauren from Atlanta, Georgia. Radiolab is
not
supported in part by the Alfred P. Sloan
anything I've
Foundation,
encountered.
enhancing public understanding of science and technology
That's
in
it?
the modern world. More information about Sloan at www.sloan.org.
And I guess that's like a
Hey,
night
this is
sword
Jack.
or something.
Radiolab is supported by Wondery. In 2011, 2 U.S. humanitarian aid workers in Somalia were on their way home
Made
when
in
the
Wisconsin.
unthinkable happened. They were abducted by dangerous land pirates and held for ransom. The second season of Wondery's new original series, Against the Odds, takes you into the 3 months they
Who knew?
spent in captivity. Even as the odds
Yeah,
for survival
European
were
sword
smaller
made in
each day,
Wisconsin.
they held on to hope.
I didn't know that
But
that's where
the
knights
rescue
came
never
from.
come. Season 2 of Against the Odds, Kidnapped in the Desert, is available now on Apple Podcasts, Amazon
Ooh,
Music.
that's a
or you can
nice
listen
solid
early
ring
and
right there.
often
I'm gonna put that right there.
Hey, this is Jack.
I'm gonna put that right there.
Radiolab is supported by IBM. It's hard choosing between things. You want speedy but reliable, state of the art but dependable. In other words, you want a hybrid. Actually, so do telcos. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach with Watson
Oh,
AI.
Italian, I believe.
Anywhere.
It's where the best swords
From telcos
come
to
from now.
they're going with a smarter hybrid
Their
cloud.
greatest export
Using the tools, platform, and expertise
of
IBM.
Wisconsin
The world is going hybrid with IBM.
is swords.
Hybrid at IBM.com.
LARPing swords. I never
/hybrid
knew.
cloud.
Hey, there's nothing shameful about LARPing. As long as you have the right group for it, or no one's judging each other.
Timeless music and the stories of our times. In Rossini's Barber of Seville. She's determined.
What? You're like so anti-LARP.
I mean,
That's like kink shaming or something.
Listen wherever you find
It's a real sword. Like a choppy chop sword. It's like a big boy sword.
Radio lab on Janet. Oh, which? Okay, so.
Dude, you gotta stop.
Clearly, the possibilities are there to use CRISPR to treat disease, right? But what if you could?
Okay, so we're editing DNA now.
Right? Like, what if
Yes.
you could go back in time and resurrect
Big LARP.
long lost creatures? I mean, this is something that Beth Shapiro has talked about a lot.
We could reconstruct using a computer what the genome sequence of the ancestor of all birds was, and that would have been a kind of dinosaur. And then we could use.
Hey, don't
CRISPR
knock
to
it till you
turn
try
the
it.
chicken
I've
into
LARPed
that
before.
thing.
Or what if you could take an elephant and snip, 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 gradually turn it into its long lost relative, the woolly mammoth?
No.
Because they're related, but if you their
But the
genes
woolly
are
mammoth is
similar.
over.
Well, right, but if you know the woolly mammoth genome, which they do because they apparently got off some bone or some hair,
Yeah.
then you could.
It was all
compare the
frozen
number
and
of
nicely
differences, use
preserved,
CRISPR to
and
CRISPR
yeah.
out the different parts of the elephant and put in woolly mammoth instead.
If you can, in effect, go backwards in time and
Pass,
take
but
it,
you
then
like
obviously
history?
I think you can go the other way too, right? I mean, humans are
You're a
good at
30-year-old
design-
man.
designing animals. So if it
Okay,
doesn't seem to
this
me to
deserves
be
a
crazy.
conversation. So you think because you're 30 years old you can't LARP? Like, do you do any, like, tabletop games? Do you do any, like, just in general, like, role-playing games? Ever played D&D before? Because you know that there's history-based, like LARPing. And those are not my thing, because I'm not a big history buff, but, especially if you get into games like Risk, there's whole entire people in there that get into that shit. Oh, as a dude, once you hit 30, you have two options. Because become a history buff or get really into golf. What is it, Truckee Mitch? You have to pick a side now. And hey, Chuck, we were just, or at least I was just working on some chainmail and then getting really into Mitch over here for, like, being so anti-LARP. Oh, and prior to that, I was listening to, CRISPR, Radio Lab thing. No LARP? You know how many giant nerds are, like, into that whole, like, ooh, yeah, 10th to 15th century, ooh. Ooh. Anyway.
Parents all over the world wanting, I don't know, taller children, so silencing the short genes and favoring the taller genes, getting rid of weak muscles and going for stronger ones, and on and on and on. And I don't know where the designing stops.
We sort of got into all of this with Carl Zimmer, science writer.
If you can be very, very gene specific and you learn more and more about genes over time, why couldn't you invent a creature? Why couldn't you make a pig with wings? You might one day get sophisticated enough to do that.
There's no winged pig lab. You know, the best you can hope for right now is a woolly mammoth lab, and that's down the hall from where the real action
BBS
is.
But
man?
now there's a hall,
Wool?
and at the end of the hall is a winged pig lab.
Understandable.
It hasn't been built yet.
LARPers
It may
and
be 20 years
furries?
from now, but that's what you're looking at.
Hey, furries are people too.
But the thing is
Well,
that
what's
then you're
wrong with this though? Like, why shouldn't anyone realize that that's really what we're talking
God
about?
help you if you combine those.
Winged pigs, just because of sort of evolutionary barriers. Okay.
Well, there's no real reason for pigs to fly,
gentlemen,
except for the joke.
Calm
but-
down. Calm down.
I'm just.
So here's another thing, like what they were just talking about. What do you guys think about gene editing? Like whether or not human beings should be able to edit their genes, especially based on whether or not they can afford it for their children. Give it to me, give it to me. Give me your hot takes.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't think that we need a federal Department of Homeland Pig with Wings Security. I think we're okay there, all right? What we do need is like we do need to
I'm doing
figure out
it.
what are we going to do about CRISPR in humans. I mean, they're going to be using CRISPR for cancer. Okay, they're going to take people's immune cells out of their body, and they're going to use CRISPR to basically allow them to make proteins that are going to be able to grab onto cancer cells and
Really?
attack their own cancer. Yeah,
Well, you
that's
have to be for that. I mean, you have to be.
Well, I don't know. I mean, are you for
what?
that
Well,
is
you are tinkering with someone's own body. You are altering their own cells. You know,
dude.
Where do I?
Dude.
I tell you, this is me. I don't know if it's a religious thought or just the thought of a conservative.
I'm super down with it. Me too,
When
dude.
I grew up in the test tube baby.
If we have the power to do it, we should.
Adult formerly test tube babies, and
A lot of people are like, oh no, like
No,
then
but I
rich people will
don't
have
know
super
where the sacred
babies and they'll be really privileged. And I'm like,
I guess what I'm
I
instead on
mean,
is I'm
and what will
on
change other than
a Hobbesian
eventually
view of
poor
human
people will
beings,
have
that there
access
is
to it?
something about human beings.
It does kind of
including
sound like the
science,
cure to cancer to
all
me.
human beings, there's a darkness and a light. There's an angelic side to being human, and there's a very, very difficult side. And as the human beings get more and more power to
If we have the
create
power
and
to do it,
design
we
and
should.
essentially create a future. That future will include the imagination, both light and dark, of humans. And that will be new in the world.
I don't think it is new, because if you go back to the start of the scientific revolution, someone like Francis Bacon would say explicitly, like, science is going to be both about learning about how the world works and using that knowledge to control it. You know, this has been discovered. This has been published. Everybody knows it exists. If you're going to say, like, okay, now we're going to outlaw this.
I'm not suggesting that.
Well, what are you suggesting then?
I think we should cringe a little as opposed to just
Okay.
have a big party.
All right,
Just
let's not
cringe.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Don't make fun of it. No, that's not
now
fair.
What do we
Should be like,
cringed? Now what? What do we do now?
I don't know.
We all
I'm not
cringed.
saying-
If that's what you're arguing
No,
for.
you
we
cringed.
cringed too.
You cringed meanly and you cringed with attitude. I'm
No, but
cringing with.
I would like
because
to know,
you're afraid of, like, dragons.
If you have the power to erase stuff like endo or mental disease and you don't, you're making someone's life worse. Exactly.
in that time. Because to
Like,
the question that you asked, like, where does the
why
sacred
wouldn't
union
you?
end? Well, one of the lines that had been drawn by Jennifer Doudna and others was that we should not use this technology on humans who haven't been born yet, meaning not on sperm cells or egg cells, because if
Dumb.
you CRISPR, say, an embryo,
And that is a permanent change, right? That is a change to the DNA that will be passed on to their children.
and their children's children, and their children's children's children,
And you can't ask the person if that's okay because you're doing it before they're born.
consent becomes a real issue. And if you imagine making these changes and they
No one
cascade
consents to
through
being born,
generation after
though.
generation,
You could affect the evolution of organisms. And I don't want to say trivial,
What
but
a
it's,
dumb
it's
take.
fairly easy to do it.
Wow.
It's kind of profound. I feel it's really profound.
Profound, but it was just an idea.
Then we'd be able to get rid of all
That
the
is
people
until-
who
For the
self-diagnose mental issues. Exactly.
Edit the human genome in an embryo.
Just 2 months ago, it was announced that a Chinese team
From Sun Yat-sen University used a technique called CRISPR
to edit DNA in human embryos. It's a way of hacking evolution itself.
Well, this is hugely controversial.
Now, these embryos that the Chinese team had edited, they were created through IVF and they were not viable.
These are embryos that are not going to
And I
actually
think that'd be
develop
worth
into a
it,
person, so they're going to be
all on
discarded
its own.
anyway.
But still, if they could figure it out with those embryos, what's to stop any of us from going further?
Biologists and bioethicists are sounding an alarm.
The scientists face accusations that they crossed an ethical line.
That this sort of thing could be sort of a slippery slope towards
designer
A slippery
behavior.
slope.
genetically engineering the
Fucking
human race.
exactly.
Use it
Sure.
to kind of test your levels.
Okay.
Now that the cringe party had spread and Robert didn't seem like such a loon, we called up Carl again.
Well, we have to revisit. We have to revisit because in our Armageddon conversation, in which I believe I was extremely alarmist and you were extremely down-putting, I feel that I should do a small little parade called the. Not remember the Alamo. It's like remember China. And you have to, so you should just begin anytime you want, like getting on your knees and saying how sorry you are, and we can start from there.
I'm sorry, so are we actually surrounded by an army of clones with superpowers?
Not yet. Not yet.
Life
but I think
itself
the dike
is
has
the
been open. I believe I'm going to quote somebody
biggest
who said,
act of
maybe a few
non-consent.
weeks
Exactly.
ago,
I didn't consent to this bullshit.
For National Geographic, I think it was. Maybe it was somebody named
Take it back.
Carl, who said that the news from China, and that news was probably the beginning of an entire new era.
I think I actually said it was a historical moment.
That's right. Yes.
Yes, and I still stand by that.
Do you feel differently now than the first time we talked?
Yeah, that's really the question.
I don't feel different, actually, because there's really no scientific surprise here.
He says people have been doing all these CRISPR experiments on all these different mammals.
We're mammals.
This is bound to happen. And in fact, it may be happening more than we think. One account in the journal Nature said that 4 other Chinese labs are doing this kind of work as we speak. But Carl also told us, which he said was unsurprising too, but I actually find it kind of surprising, that the CRISPR work this Chinese team didn't work very well.
It worked, kind of. I mean, in only a few of the cases did
Hey,
they
Snacks.
really get
How you doing?
exactly what they wanted.
They tried using CRISPR in about 86 embryos, and they only got it to work right in maybe 28.
Let's see.
And in a lot of them,
itself
CRISPR's
is
made the
big
wrong cuts
sector.
and screwed up the cells.
We'll
And
never
that led them
get
to conclude
cool
that
stuff
this
if
is
we
a
keep
technology
it
that's not
ethical.
ready right now for application in the human germline. And I agree.
What's WB Snacks? Doing well, and you? Pretty good. Just over here making some mail so I can go into battle. Listening to a podcast about DNA. Just waking up, so looking up.
Alteration in the particular gene you want. So then what?
In fact, Jennifer Doudna told us that this experiment, or similar experiments, have been repeated in mice with more advanced CRISPR systems, because apparently they're different kinds, and there it was done with almost no errors.
Sometimes I feel like we're sort of displacing all our ethical concerns onto something that hasn't happened yet. If we really are concerned about what we're doing to the human gene pool, it's already here.
Take, as an example, in vitro fertilization. About 60,000 kids are born a year through IVF, and it's probable that some of those parents chose whether they wanted a boy or a girl.
And when people started doing IVF, there was a huge controversy.
How do you
people said this
go
was
with
dangerous.
the car?
This was
Okay,
unnatural.
listen.
I don't
It's story
see
time.
People's
So for one, Nurso or Nursomancer's fine with me. I've had like Nursomancer, Nurso. I don't really give a shit. Nurso's kind of cute though. But here's the deal with the car. So, I really just wish I could have like been able to do a stream because I haven't done a driving stream in forever. I was able to do like a real shit stream on the way back home, but I was trying to get my GoPro to work, and every time I would like get the stream started, the GoPro would like flip the like the whole entire thing upside down. And I was losing my mind. Like, I would take it down, I would like change the case so it would be right side up, and I'd put it back up there and it'd flip upside down again. I would turn it off, turn it back on, and it did it again. And so that's the only thing. I mean, I got my windshield fixed, but that was kind of a bummer that I couldn't have streamed a little bit more of the ride. I need them to start crossbreeding men and cows. Let's go, Minotaurs. Ooh, Manitars. Oh, that's the good part. At least it's safe. Yeah, which I guess that this is just a part of the learning process. I just have to get used to it. Because, I don't know, like IRL streams, like driving streams are just freaking ridiculous. And so, but I did actually figure out how to fix it. So that's good. That's a good thing. I really should make a point to do more driving streams, though. That's the whole reason why I started streaming to begin with. Oh, dude, you shouldn't. It's just like, so my dad went with me, and if you check out the VODs, like, I deleted quite a few of them, because they're like 2 minutes each, and it's just like him and I, like, just yelling at each other about, like, it's still upside down, and he's like, no, like, it's fine, just leave it. It's not fun times. But I think the one on the way back, like, I tried streaming at 480 and it looked like dog shit, like complete dog shit on the phone. And so I tried 720 and that actually looked pretty okay. And it streamed okay. Like, it really didn't buffer that much or anything. 720 is minimum? Mini? Min-max? Minotaur? Little mini minotaurs? 720 is many minotaurs.
At night because of the existence of IVF.
Yeah.
You know, now I'm gonna sound.
It's the best level. 720 is ideal for saving internet usage and is the lowest you'd want to go. Yeah, you live and you learn. Because I had it on 480 for a little bit until it drove me so crazy because I was like, we're 8-bit characters. I can't handle this. It's so grainy. And so I took it down and like restarted it about halfway through, which it didn't actually completely kick us out somehow because it's on Prism, so it just like buffers and buffers and buffers. So I think I was able to go all the way out, reset it, and go back in, and it just like picked up at 720 and it looked so much better. So I'll have to remember to do that from now on. And maybe try that with, well, I was gonna try doing that with the GoPro, but we ran into some technical difficulties with that. That's, I know how to mitigate now.
Like I'm on Robert's side of this. I mean, okay, so.
It won't hurt.
You know,
It won't.
Okay, all right. Here we go. So, okay, so.
Yeah. Can only give it a
So you guys know
go.
about all the stuff going on in
You can also
Iceland,
test
they're looking
without
at
going
people's
live.
DNA and,
Hold
you know,
on,
they're
hold
looking
on.
for-
How could I do that? Just to see how it goes? Oh, you're just talking about like filming a video or whatever, right? Just don't press live? Yeah, setup and so on. Okay. No, that makes sense. I've been trying to figure out the best way to do that. Because right now, like, anytime I, like, test something, I just, like, go live and make an idiot out of myself, and it's great. I feel like that's kind of content, just being wrecked all the time.
disease genes and so on. And when they were looking at these Icelandic people, they found that some people had a gene that protects them against Alzheimer's. It reduces their odds of getting Alzheimer's. Let's imagine your doctor said, now, if you'd like, for an extra $1,000, we will take these IVF embryos and we will use CRISPR to give them the Alzheimer protecting variant.
Hell yeah.
Would you like that? Do you want to add that to your procedure?
Sure.
Or would you like your child to face a future of Alzheimer's? Your choice.
See, here's my thing. Here's my thing with this whole thing. I'm
It
a
is
little bit
learning.
haunted by the thing you said, which is that
It's clumsy.
when it's not
It's
dangerous
dumb.
anymore, what will we do? And I'm afraid we've already answered that question. That it's not a question that's open anymore. Because if we're already doing this kind of stuff, and who's going to say no to that? Who's going to say no to that?
That's what he just was
Oh,
demonstrating.
We've already answered the question.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
No,
They
it's
have.
not.
So that's how we ended our piece, which is now 2
This
years
one.
old.
Yes.
Roughly. And
Look,
the
I'm
drunk
really getting there.
biologists at Jed's cocktail party couldn't have been more pressured when you think about it.
You know, this is one of those the strange cases where like you do a story, usually like we just kind of leave it behind, we move on to other things, but in the last almost 2 years, so much has happened
Unbelievable.
that we figured we need to update this thing.
Yeah.
And so what we did is we asked our
Looking
producer editor Soren
cool.
Wheeler and our producer Molly Webster to sort of just go out, ask around, make some calls, and tell
That's
us
what I aim
you know,
for.
what's been going on.
Well, for one, Molly, do you want to give them the big news?
Jennifer Lopez is going to do a television show
Yeah.
based on CRISPR.
No.
You mean
It's like it takes an active role in the fictional narrative of the show.
Okay.
Oh, like she's a cop or something, and
Yeah, she's like some sort of, I don't know,
by...
a medical something, and CRISPR is involved.
Medical something.
Let
Yeah,
me show
that got
you
big
these.
headlines.
Let me show you these
Yeah.
scissors.
Wow, it's crossed over to that extent?
That's the thing. Is like it's yeah. I was like, Jennifer Lopez knows about CRISPR, and she was like, this is such a hot button issue. We're doing
Wow.
a show.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving putting J-Lo aside.
Yeah, let's do some science
Nope.
developments. There's got to have been quite a few of those. We know there have been a few of those, right?
Yeah, what are the run us through those?
I mean, I guess I would just say that it's being used everywhere now.
Oh,
It's
shit.
being used
I was
in
telling you
crops,
about
it's being used in
CRISPR. That's
medicine,
what this
it's being used
is.
in basic research. It's being used
Humans.
in humans.
And cows.
Really?
It's being used in eyeballs.
And eyeballs.
Yeah, they want to start a clinical trial where they're actually injecting a syringe full of CRISPR carrying viruses into your eyeball to overcome a genetic condition
Wow.
that leads to blindness.
So this would be like the viruses injecting the CRISPR that then goes and cuts out the bad genes?
Yeah, exactly.
Just take, a big syringe full of viruses and just stick it in people's eyes. Yeah.
So, of course, when we did the update, Soren and I called Carl Zimmer.
Yeah, it's things are moving very fast.
And what kinds of things?
So they are doing things that look like curing diseases. So
Carl told us about one study where it seems like they cured a certain type of muscular dystrophy in mice.
Cured muscular dystrophy?
They cured muscular dystrophy
Hey.
in mice? Wow.
Well, the mice don't become normal mice, but they get much, much stronger than they would have been.
Yeah, so in your body, you have a gene that makes a protein that gives your muscles strength, but with muscular dystrophy, there's like a typo in that gene, a mutation, and so that protein's not made.
and the result is that
Now we're learning.
Your muscles start to turn into sort of a fat-like substance. That's how it's been
So they have like
described.
no power.
Yeah.
Okay.
So your diaphragm gets weaker and weaker, your heart gets weaker.
So in this case, they use CRISPR to fix that gene, so you get the protein in these mice. And they actually saw like the heart get stronger, or the mouse was able to push with more force on a button. And so they said over weeks they just saw like strength building up.
Really?
Oh. Are they going to do that in
It's funny because I was actually listening to this, so I could send you the link to it later. So here we are.
humans?
Pretty first steppy at this point, but
Yeah, this is literally like one of the first experiments to show that this approach could work
Yeah.
in muscular dystrophy.
But I mean, that's not a disease with a cure, is it?
not until potentially in mice now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And there are some human trials that have either started or are probably going to start soon treating cancer.
For example, people are talking about one in lung cancer.
They think they can, what, cure lung cancer?
Well,
or-
no. What they want to do, though, is they want to use CRISPR to go into immune cells where it would cut out the part of the DNA that kind of puts the brake on the immune cell.
And so you're taking your immune cell off the leash, and it can attack tumors more aggressively.
I see. So the folks who invented this then must stand to earn a fortune. I think.
Oh, billions. There's actually a big patent dispute that's happening right now. So one of the
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
This is the one
yes.
thing that I have heard about a lot.
If you had been checking your CRISPR inbox, you might have seen last week. There were 2 teams. Jennifer
Yeah,
Doudna's
we're
team
here
out at
thinking
UC
about you,
Berkeley.
dude.
Archie, the one we just heard from.
Yeah.
Sort of the West Coast team, and then on the other side is this group of researchers at the Broad Institute, which is on the East Coast. And so basically they both filed for a CRISPR patent.
Okay.
So there was sort of this like East Coast, West Coast for the last year showdown.
Yeah.
And just last week, the U.S. Patent Office decided that it would indeed go to Broad.
This is the not Doudna team.
The Nat Doudna team. But there are more patents to be awarded, and there will probably be appeals. So I don't think anyone thinks it's settled yet.
So in the civil war of over CRISPR patents, there has been a Gettysburg, but
There's
the
been
war
a
is
battle,
not won.
But there are many more battles, I think, that
Okay.
will happen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on the list of like what's happening now, exciting stuff happening now?
Oh yeah.
Can we do favorite story? Can I do my favorite?
You
And
can do
then
your
you can do your
favorite.
favorite. So my favorite came from Carl.
Yeah, they're actually trying to use it as an alternative to antibiotics.
What?
Wait, how did I even understand what that means?
That'd be cool as fuck.
I was like, an antibiotic to me is a pill that I take.
Yeah.
So how would CRISPR replace that?
Well, your pill would have CRISPR in it.
How would it work?
You know, in the same way you would take your amoxicillin or your antibiotic pill, you would actually take a pill that was filled with CRISPR, and then it would go out and it would fight bacteria that is attacking your body.
So you could pick out, some super essential gene that it has and chop it, and that will kill the bacteria.
So it would
so
have-
that you would turn the assassins on the bacteria.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah, the antibiotic thing seems huge, right?
That's
Because
pretty
everyone's at this moment where they're like, what happens with the next
Right.
superbug? If you could actually just go in there and kamikaze the DNA of like staph or whatever,
Yeah.
you'd be solving a lot of illnesses.
Yeah. Well, what's
Okay, Soren, your
Yeah,
favorite.
what's your Soren? What's your
Well,
favorite?
so the coolest thing, I guess, for me,
Hello.
maybe the scariest too.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, sorry.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Came from a conversation that we had with this guy Kevin.
I'm Kevin Esfeld.
Esfeld.
He's very svelte.
I'm at the MIT Media Lab.
He was sort of on the early edge of thinking about CRISPR.
I think of myself as an evolutionary engineer before anything else.
Got into biology because when he was a kid, he went to the Galapagos.
Yeah, my parents took me there when I was 10 or so. And I was just
Galapagos,
captivated, just looking at all of the creatures, and I thought, I want to make organisms that are as beautiful as that.
You actually thought I want to make organisms as beautiful as that?
Yeah, but then
As a
that's like
child.
the childhood vision, and then it's so hard, right? It wasn't possible, and so you sort of forget it. But now with CRISPR,
Psychopath.
almost like all things become possible.
So anyway, to get to the crazy part, Kevin, a couple of years back, he's working at the Harvard Medical School, and one day he's walking to work through this park.
This park called the Emerald Necklace in Boston. It's beautiful, and there's a small river flowing through it, and you have these ponds, and
There's turtles and whatever.
geese, and
He's thinking about CRISPR and what it can do and all these different animals that are around him. And he has this thought.
what if we could encode CRISPR in the genome? What if we programmed the genome to do genome editing on its own?
Wait, what? What? I'm not sure I follow that. What is he? What is he saying?
Well, the first gene drive system.
Here, maybe this is a way to think about it. Let's say that you want to tweak a mosquito and make it so that the little parasite that carries malaria, terrible, awful malaria, either can't get into the mosquito or can't live in it, and so that mosquito will no longer carry malaria.
That would be great.
That would be a great thing because malaria is a bad thing. So you could now take CRISPR, send it into the mosquito, and change a gene inside the mosquito. So now that mosquito either doesn't let malaria parasite in or kills it or whatever, but basically doesn't carry it, and that's great. But then I put it out to the wild, and it's got to fend for itself amongst all the other mosquitoes. So my mosquito has a special gene, but it's going to mate with some mom mosquito, and that mom mosquito is going to have the normal old gene, and the baby is going to get my special gene, but it's also going to get the normal gene, and that means that your baby has like a 50% chance of having your special trait.
Oh, because only one of those two genes gets expressed.
Right, in the baby. And then in the next generation, the grandbaby, there's only a 25% chance, and on and on and on.
So you're exponentially losing CRISPR powers.
Your chances just each generation get less and less that this gene is going to stick around.
That's right, because regardless of what we do, natural selection wins in the end.
Until Kevin is walking to work through the park and has his idea, which is to use CRISPR to create something called a
gene drive.
Gene drive.
Gene drive.
Gene drive.
Instead of just snip the DNA and insert the gene that we want, we also insert the genes that encode the CRISPR system and tell it to make that particular change.
Here's how it works. You go into the mosquito and give it the new gene that makes it resistant to malaria. And then right next to that, you put the genes for the CRISPR system you just used to make that change.
Like you're putting like a spare scissors or something?
Yeah. And here's how that plays out. Your first mosquito has this gene with the new change, and it also has the scissors.
Yeah.
And then it meets a normal mosquito, which has the normal gene. The two end up side by side in the baby. And now the new mosquito gene makes the little scissors, which go over to the normal gene, snip it, and turn it into itself. So now there's two copies of the new gene.
In the offspring, without any human assistance, CRISPR will cut the original version and copy over the change.
That gene does the work that I used to do in the lab on its own inside the baby.
Oh, interesting. So the
it's like I set it on autopilot.
So you're basically allowing the mosquito parent to pass the scissors to the baby, which then snip, 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 and then that baby passes the scissors to the next baby, snip, snip, snip. And it is literally like a chain reaction?
Yeah. And so, from baby to grandbaby to great-grandbaby, now instead of letting that gene disappear, you're driving it into the next generation.
And then that just keeps going down the line, down the line, down the line.
Yes.
This is something that spreads indefinitely.
This gene is going to spread like wildfire through the entire wild population. So you don't change just one mosquito.
You change all of those insects probably everywhere in the world.
According to Kevin, this is the kind of change that could, given enough time, spread across an entire species.
Huh.
No.
So this idea of the mosquitoes and watching it rampage through a population, have they done this?
After we had first published the idea, we tried it in yeast. Worked on the first try,
They just plopped a little yeast loaded with the gene drive into a population to see if it would take over, and
1 week later, yep.
Kevin told us there are probably now, I think it's 10 different groups who are working on gene drive systems.
Yes, they are doing it in mosquitoes and in parasitic worms and in rodents. It's all happening in the lab.
But still, they are trying out, this method for spreading genes through a population.
Yeah.
I just think that sounds terrifying. Like, honestly, I just keep thinking of it's like, oh, we've just hit over a domino and then walked away and aren't watching where the rest of them are falling.
I'm very glad you think that way. It took me 1 full day to reach that point. Initially, I was elated. Oh, let me tell you, there is nothing like the sheer elation
I am
of discovery.
Legend
I was thinking,
Mosquito.
this is the end of malaria. This is the end of everything else mosquitoes spread. Wait a minute.
You should
ticks
be,
spread
though.
Lyme disease. We can probably get rid of that too.
So in the morning, you were like,
You're singing to the turtles in the park.
Like that movie.
Pretty much. I give myself
I am
a full
Legend.
day of being who.
Mosquito.
And then I started thinking, but, what if something goes wrong?
What if
And
something goes
let's go back to your malaria
wrong?
case.
No,
Like,
let's. I just want to say, like, isn't this freaking exciting? Like, are people not just stoked about it? I'm down with a zombie apocalypse. Yeah, same. I mean, I'm cool with that too. I mean, you have to weigh the risk versus the benefits, and I feel like a zombie apocalypse would probably be a benefit either way. Am I right? Am I? No, but in all seriousness, like, come on, this is like some cool shit that they're talking about right now. Are you working tonight, Chuck? Just on standby at work?
He's safe. I mean, malaria is a human
Nah.
pathogen.
Oh.
Doesn't really affect
Are you getting lit?
other animals.
Are you getting
But
litty?
what if,
Litty lit?
say, the change you make to the mosquito makes it slightly more toxic to something that eats those mosquitoes? So then you have to consider, okay, what eats those mosquitoes and what eats those things?
Long
could be that all
weekend,
the frogs or the
nice.
fish or whatever start to die off, and then that makes something else die off, and something else die off.
And
That's
an
exciting.
Incredibly complex system, and you just don't know.
Or it could be that making a mosquito malaria resistant also somehow makes it do better in some environment, and then the mosquito population blows up, and then it turns out that it somehow makes it easier to carry some other disease.
So,
Oh my
is
god.
anything likely to go wrong?
Yeah, and you're
No.
Talk about doomers,
But
man.
how do you know?
Nah, I
should
just
say
woke
at this
up.
point
The
that
day
Kevin
is still
really
is
thinking
early
about all
still.
the stuff. He brought
Oh, cool.
together a group of scientists to come up with some safeguards for this type of research so it doesn't escape out of the lab. And
his
I'll
team
probably
is only
try
working
doing
with
a little bit
this,
of the
version of Gene Drive that they sort of rigged it so that
RuneScapes
it only
later.
lasts for a certain
Almost called it
number of generations,
EverQuest.
and it sort of runs out of steam.
But scientists can perfectly well start playing around with something in the lab that could affect a whole lot of other people.
I really did enjoy it.
Well, I think what this technology forces us to recognize
Such the
is
nostalgia.
that now it's, at least theoretically, and again, we don't know for sure, but it's theoretically possible for one person to decide to change the local or possibly the global environment. And that's ethically problematic, right?
What do you have on your to-do list then?
I mean, you know, if and when somebody
Since the night is
uses
still
CRISPR,
young.
On an embryo, and that embryo grows up into a person, that will be a momentous thing. But if you were to gene drive somebody, think about that. You know, gene drive, like, say, a few people and not tell them, and, you know, they have kids and so on, like, and you would be driving whatever gene it is that you were engineering into more and more people. That's different.
God, you know, and I'm thinking about the thing that Jennifer Doudna said, I think it was her, in our first piece about, like, if you make a change in, say, an embryo, like, okay, let me snip, give
Cry.
this future child,
The Irish
make it taller,
pub near
right?
me is
Whatever.
closing
you're
down
doing
in
that without
June.
the consent of that unborn thing.
Yes.
But if you
I
now
cry.
do what you guys are talking about, using this gene drive thing, well, now you're doing it without the consent of that unborn thing and all future generations of that unborn thing.
I mean, is
And
there
so the
anything
consent
left there
issues
that
just
is
become like
yeah
unfathomable.
Exactly. You know, I guess we're
even
all
a
for
reason
taller,
to
but
go visit?
we're not all for taller. So in the end, it has something to do with democracy itself. Like, you sit there with a tool of change in your hand, and you choose it. But in the act with this gene drive, in the act of choosing it for yourself this way, you choose it for an uncountable number of others who do not have the choice.
Nope. There we go.
Thank you to Soren Wheeler and Molly Webster for the update. And so I guess all the people we thanked the first time, because those thanks still stand.
They still stand.
Many thanks to science writer Carl Zimmer, who's written many books. You can check him out at carlzimmer.com or at radiolab.org. This piece was produced by Molly Webster. We had original music this hour by Eric Kowalski, otherwise known as Casino vs. Japan.
Special thanks to Anna Ruswet Paz,
Lee McGuire,
Dr. Blake Wiedenhalf,
Dr. Luciano Marfini,
New owners for the building. They are doubling everyone's rent. Dumb, dude. It just seems like that place has been there for forever. The fact I got a text about it might be a sign I drink too much. No, but like, seriously. I'm not sure, like, I'm sure the place is like maybe changed or whatever, but it seems like that place has been a pub for fucking forever and ever.
To hear the message again, press 2. To delete it, start a message.
Here's where we're at.
Hi, this is Beth Shapiro. This is Jennifer Doudna. Radio Lab is produced by John Uprise.
Been there 20 years? Oh, I would have guessed longer than that.
Melissa O'Donnell, Kelsey Paget, Ariane Wack, Molly Webster, Sean Wheeler, and Jamie York.
So, here.
with help from
I'll take a vote.
and Damiano.
Should I keep doing this and listen to another podcast that you suggest? Should I play like the Pokemon trading card game? Or should I do RuneScape? Or one of the 50 other things I tend to just fucking stream for no reason, just random bullshit. You know, one thing that I have heard is like, if you want to build your stream, you must only stream one category. And blah 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 until you get 1 million followers, and I just I just don't know if I give a fuck. I'm easy at work, so semi-lurking, watching. Cool. Well, I mean, a podcast might be more engaging to listen to. So there's that. Well, when you go, the biggest thing is just do you. That's what brings people in. I mean, maybe. I have no doubt that there is some kind of method to people's madness as far as like how many people they have, and I don't know. I think a lot of people put a lot of importance into getting that affiliated status, but thus far, like, I'll have to look at my analytics on YouTube, but I'm just not impressed. Like, every so often I'll get like a lurker. So I don't know, and I just feel like I like Twitch better. I like the way it's set up better. I like the culture of it a lot better. Because I am dual streaming right now, or multi-streaming right now. And, yeah, YouTube's real meh. Real meh, man. So, let's see. Let's see what there is Radiolab-wise. Because I'm loving me some Radiolab right now. Podcast. What's up, Holmes? Supreme Court Mystery. Elements, cool. Escape, meh. COVID crystal ball. This is like last month. In today's episode, doctors witnessed the worldwide pandemic playing out in a single human body. Okay, we'll do this and then maybe switch over to a game. I'm fucking stoked about this. YouTube's been censoring the fuck out of creators lately. People fleeing like nuts. I believe it. I'm sure me multi-streaming is not helping at all.
That's Monday.com for your 2-week trial. Hey, this is Jad. Radiolab is supported by IBM. We want the best of both worlds. We want a hybrid. A smarter hybrid cloud approach with IBM helps retailers manage supply chains with Watson AI while predicting demands with ease. The world is going hybrid with IBM. Go hybrid at ibm.com/hybridcloud.
Listener supported. WNYC Studios.
NYC.
Wait, you're listening.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
You're
Listening
to Radiolab.
Radio Lab.
From
WNYC. Yep.
I got, oh.
Webster, are you there?
Yeah, that was amazing. You started coming. I still don't see you.
I'm Jad Abumrad. This is Radio Lab. Dispatch number, whatever number we're at. I'm gonna say 14. I'm not sure.
Amazing, you started
This dispatch
coming.
is a little bit more lo-fi than even our others because I don't know. I just wanted to play you a conversation I had with senior correspondent Molly Webster. She and I check in every Friday morning, where she usually just kind of.
Now let's discuss the COVID, which I think is like super banned on YouTube. So
in this case, her research update to me last Friday was just so interesting. I'm recording. You are here.
You are recording.
That we decided to record.
Okay, we'll talk, and then you just tell me to stop. Whenever.
I will tell you to stop, but.
At least I know they demonetize people for it.
You know, Jad, you'd be the rare person in my life who doesn't.
She told me about a few new studies that she had just read. These are articles about different individual COVID patients from different spots around the world, and each paper looked at how the virus behaves inside a single human body. One, a case study from the UK, starts with a man in his 70s coming into a hospital with an immune system that was already pretty low.
Yeah, his immune system was low because he had lymphoma and then was on a drug to try and keep the cancer in check, and that lowers your immune system.
So this man in his 70s.
He had a suppressed immune system, and he shows up in a hospital because of cancer stuff, and while he's there, they test him, and he's positive for SARS-CoV-2.
Dun dun
He
dun.
seems relatively fine, and he just has like a small cough or something, and so they send him home. And then 35 or 34 days later, on day 35, he walks back into the hospital, and what had been a cough for the last month had like turned into shortness of breath. And they test him again, and he has coronavirus.
Which most likely meant that he had coronavirus for the whole month and couldn't get rid of it.
So he tests positive for coronavirus, and he has like the COVID-19 pneumonia
Good
that
God.
settles into your lungs.
The crackly cough thing.
Yeah, you know, the gray spots on the lungs that they like identify in CT scans and stuff.
Yeah.
And so they check him into the hospital, and then what basically starts is just a series of trying to treat this man. At the same time, the UK is actually really good about taking samples and genetically sequencing them, as we all know, in a way that America is not doing right now. And so,
Because we
over
suck.
the course of his time in the hospital, and he does eventually end up dying on what they say is day 102.
Oh, wow.
Over the course of that time, they sequence his virus 23 times.
So basically, over the last 3.5 months of this man's life, the doctors take snapshots of the virus inside him. You can think of these as a series of stills that capture what the virus is doing, how it is moving. You can think of them as mugshots, series of mugshots. Now, at this point, this is going back a year, there was really only one main version of SARS-CoV-2 that was out there, or at least in our consciousness. There weren't all of these variants from South Africa or Brazil.
Or the New York City variant.
There's a new one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The New York City one is new, and now there's a new Oregon variant.
Oh, snap.
Oh.
None of that was on our radar yet. We were just focused on the original.
I don't think I knew about the Oregon one.
OG SARS-CoV-2.
That was the perp that the doctors expected to see on all those mugshots, and they did see it on day one. But then, when he went away and came back 34-ish days later and proceeded to get sicker and sicker in the hospital, they sequenced again. And this time, they saw something different. Instead of just one COVID virus inside him,
They saw pop up like little subpopulations
they saw a whole bunch of different kinds.
with enough variation that they look different.
Huh.
What they noticed is like, oh, there's still the dominant like OG SARS-CoV-2 genetic sequence all over this body,
Okay.
but there's like really small, quiet like subpopulations that are hanging around. And at the time, they were like, whoa, 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 there's all these like variations. Whoa, has this person been infected by like 6 different types of this virus? And they all happen to get into this person at the same time.
Oh, like he somehow managed to have 6 different encounters with 6 different coronaviruses?
Or like day 1 he had a case and then it cleared,
Yeah.
and then maybe he got it again.
And then again and again and again. So the doctors at that point have a new thought. Maybe this isn't the same infection that he's had the whole time. Maybe these are separate viruses, entirely separate.
But then they realize, no, this is one strain that got in and just keeps changing.
In other words, what the researchers came to understand, and they weren't trying to study this, they were simply trying to save the man's life, is that these subpopulations were one virus rapidly mutating, trying out new forms inside a human body. That when you have a human body that has a compromised immune system, the COVID virus will just
one thing I could
experiment.
do.
That the immune suppressed
Dude
body is
really
like
needs,
a playground of sorts.
to better
Because,
vet
like,
the
nothing
orchestra
actually
he
shuts the
goes
virus
to.
down, and it can replicate uninhibited. This one researcher said
You know,
that
since I'm not
at
actually
any
playing a
point in time when
video.
you're like infected with coronavirus, you can
Oh,
have
I don't
like
like
at
that.
least 1 billion copies of the virus inside of you.
1
And
billion?
so 1 billion. And
Oh
so
my
that means
God.
that every time it replicates, it has a chance to like mutate, substitute, delete
Yeah, there's that.
one little nucleotide.
But I thought the whole deal with the coronavirus, I mean, you and I did
Yeah.
a story about this, is that unlike the other RNA viruses, which were super sloppy, the coronavirus actually catches its own mistakes pretty well and doesn't mutate that much.
So it doesn't actually mutate that fast.
What if
but
I
it
did,
still
like,
does just mutate, and every time it replicates, there's a chance that a mutation can set in, and hence evolution can happen, right? Because if you change part of your genetic code, you have a chance to like have new characteristics.
So I have this like
that
right
let you
around
survive
here.
in the world in a different way.
Mm.
And
Ooh,
so
that's so much
if it's in the
better.
body and it's allowed to replicate 1 billion
I'll put this right here.
times with really nothing to stop it. Every time it replicates, you throw the dice, and something can happen.
What do you think
getting
about
back to
that?
this guy, the researchers noticed that he's got all of these different subpopulations of SARS-CoV-2 viruses, different kinds inside of them. But most of the new variants,
My
They're not
hair
really
looks
doing
so
much. They don't
messed
have
up
much
because I
dominance.
braided
Like,
it
if you actually
earlier.
Look at the numbers. I think it's something
Oh
like.
well.
I maybe
It is what it is.
I don't think I am, but it's something like the original genetic virus is almost at 100% dominance, and every other little subpopulation is like less than 2%.
but then she says the doctors start to give this guy treatments.
So he gets to the hospital day 35. Day 41, they do a round of remdesivir.
That's one of the few drug treatments available against the virus.
Day 54, they do another round of remdesivir. And then on day 63, they give him convalescent plasma.
Now we're learning about the
And this
COVIDs.
is like the blood you take from the body.
I'm also learning about
successfully fought off COVID-2.
my
And you put
my
it in a
Prism Live
person
Studio.
struggling to mount an antibody defense system to like take the virus down.
The thought
So that way
is,
people
this
can
is
see what
also
the
sort of
fuck
done,
I'm
the
doing.
antibodies in the survivor's blood will help you fight off the virus. So day
Maybe.
63, guy gets infusion of plasma.
And then on day 65, they give him another batch of convalescent plasma. So they're like giving treatments, and then as they're giving treatments, they're taking samples and genetically sequencing them. And what they see is that by the time they check his samples in like the 80s, like day 82 or day 81, the different subtypes have like exploded.
Really?
They're giving
And there are,
convalescent
like,
plasma.
very noticeable changes in the coronavirus inside his body.
More on that after the break.
Hi, this is Deidre from the Long Beach Peninsula, Washington. Radiolab is supported in part by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation.
Snacks
enhancing
on
public
snacks on
understanding of
snacks.
Science and technology in the modern world. More information about Sloan at www.
Now we're on breaking their snacks.
Science reporting on Radiolab is supported in part by Science Sandbox, a Simons Foundation initiative dedicated to engaging everyone with the process of science. Hey, this is Chad. Radiolab is supported by One Group.
Ah,
In
Capitan.
2011, 2 U.S. humanitarian aid workers in Somalia were on their way home when the unthinkable happened. They were abducted by dangerous land pirates and held for ransom.
Land pirates?
The second season of Wondery's new original series, Against the Odds,
Why is that
takes
so
them into the
funny to
3
me?
months they spent in captivity. Even as the odds of their survival grew smaller each day, they held on to hope. But would rescue ever come? Season 2 of Against the Odds, Kidnapped in the Desert, is available now on Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, or you can listen early and ad-free in the Wondery app.
Land pirate.
Hey, this is Jad. Radiolab is supported by IBM. From Labradoodles to Cronuts, the world loves a hybrid, and so do businesses. So today, they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach lets them use Watson AI to modernize without rebuilding and bring all their partners and customers together in one place. That's why businesses from retail to banking are going with a smarter hybrid cloud.
I do
using
love
the tools,
AI.
platform, and expertise of IBM. The world is going hybrid with IBM. Go hybrid at ibm.com/hybridcloud.
Bitch, I might.
On the latest episode of Aria Code,
She pulled out this photograph of this man who she explained to me I was promised to.
timeless music and the stories of our times, in Rossini's Barber of Seville.
She's determined for freedom and for a full life.
Aria Code from WQXR and the Metropolitan Opera. Listen wherever you find your podcasts.
This is Radiolab. I'm Jad Abumrad. Today we are in Molly Webster territory. Actually, we are in the middle of a recording of her and I's weekly meeting where she was telling me about some papers that have just come out that show how the SARS-CoV-2 virus behaves inside a single human body. I also just want to say before we rejoin that conversation, God bless the man in the UK, the human beings who are at the center of these case studies. Papers kept their identities secret, of course. We will obviously do the same. But in a few of these cases, not all, these people passed away. And they allowed doctors to study them in the final months of their life so that we could all learn something about the nature of this enemy. So endless gratitude to those people.
Hell yeah!
Okay,
like
so
if I'm
before
a
we go,
ghost,
Molly was explaining that
I'd be
in this,
upset if I was like
this man in
not
the
studied.
UK with a
Like
compromised immune system.
use
doctors
this
first
shit
noticed
for something.
that, there were
I'm not gonna
all
need
of
it.
These variants of the coronavirus popping up, like all these different subpopulations, which were basically kept in check for a while. But then as soon as the doctors started trying to treat the patient with drugs and convalescent plasma, those subpopulations just explode.
And there are like very noticeable changes in the coronavirus inside his body. They see like these deletions that they call, deletions at 69 and 70. And then there's this other mutation at something called 796. It's very wonky, like all based on like amino acid positioning.
Okay.
And suddenly that virus variant is like dominant.
Huh.
And the OG SARS-CoV-2 virus variant has like
The OG one.
subpopulation.
Weird. So, okay, help me unpack what that.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how to hear that. Does that mean that whatever that it was in the plasma, whatever antibody army came in from the donor, obliterated OG SARS, but it somehow allowed for this little subpopulation to just bloom?
Essentially, so what they say is like, oh my gosh, we added in all of these antibodies and we've just witnessed how SARS-CoV-2 might try and get around those antibodies.
So they basically witnessed evolution happening right in front of them.
Yes.
Is that the way
right.
to say it?
That is right.
And in the example you just gave where there was a mutation in 69 or 70 or whatever it was, what does that actually do for the virus?
So the 6970 deletion on its own makes the virus twice as efficient at infecting cells.
Really?
And they think that's because it
fuck?
can clamp on more tightly to your cells. And so if you have that variation, you bind more tightly, which means like when you inject your genetic material, it all gets inside. And like the cell can't shake you.
Okay, so we're only at stage 1 here. So they see this scary mutation bloom in this one patient, this poor man. And then Molly says, as they kept trying to treat the man and then test him to measure the effect of those treatments, they saw this kind of real-time evolution
just continue and escalate. They'd see all of these different populations come and go, rise, fall.
There might be 2 different types and they rise and fall together. And then there's some where, like, if virus variant A is in there, D won't survive. And I have this, like, little part of the paper cut out. I'm just going to read it to you.
Yeah.
It says, patterns in the variant frequencies suggest competition between virus populations carrying different mutations. Viruses with the mutation-deletion pair, spike letters 796, 6970, rose to high frequency during convalescent plasma therapy, but were then outcompeted by another population in the absence of therapy. Specifically, these data are consistent with a lineage of viruses with the NSP2, I513T, and RDRP V157L variant, which was dominant on day 66 but was outcompeted during therapy by the mutation-deletion variant, that's 796 and 6970, with the lapse in therapy, the original strain, which had acquired NSP15N1773S and the spike Y200HT240I regained dominance, followed by the emergence of a separate population with the spike W64GP330S variant. Oof. That's like one paragraph from the paper.
So those are all different like subpopulations of coronaviruses that are kind of duking it out in this one guy?
This all happened in that.
So that's just biologists like showing the fuck off for no reason. Just like how many like numbers and letters can I cram into this to make myself seem smarter?
One body in that one patient in the UK. This is just from that paper.
Dang. How many different corona tribes are we talking about?
Let's see, let's just see if we can do a quick count. So there's 501Y, 796, 6970, 240I, 200H, 330S, W64G, I513T, V157L, N1773S. So something like at least 10 different populations rose and fell.
Whoa.
Viruses have
We're getting there,
like, virus
bruh.
variants have exist in different parts
Check
of
it
the
out,
body.
boys.
Some of them exist all over globally. Some exist in different parts of the body. And they're all having different types of battles with the things that you're putting inside. And then they're all having different types of battles with each other.
And they're seeing this in a single human.
Yes, a single person.
Wow. I don't know why, but this is completely blind.
Well, because one of the scientists described it as like you can see a single body, a single patient as like a battleground or a training ground.
Oh,
where
wow. That's
if you can
scary.
look,
Yeah.
if you, I know, it's like if you can look in and follow the action, it's almost like the Truman Show, but rather than us being in the Truman Show, you're looking into the Truman Show, like watching the world change and be manipulated. And you're like, now I want to make it rain. now I will cause a tornado, and I'm going to see like how the world how this world reacts to that. It's just like a whole microcosm inside one person.
And in that passage you read, it said that the different populations of coronavirus are competing. Are they fighting? How are they
It's
fighting?
not fighting. It's all about real estate, really. It's like, can you get in a cell? How fast can you get in a cell, and how quickly can you replicate in that cell? If you think about the body, there is a limited number of cells for the virus to infect. And so if it wants to make lots of different types of itself, and I'm saying wants like it has like a wish, if it wants to make different types of itself, all of those different variants are fighting for the same real estate.
Huh.
Like there
Never know, he might be a
there's
Disney
one
princess.
paper about a patient who had corona, who was immune suppressed, had coronavirus for at least 70 days, asymptomatic.
Just confused
Eventually it cleared their
the
system,
viewer?
but they saw the virus like mutating
BRB?
inside this one person.
Just confused
There's something in medicine can witness.
the viewer.
I think it's not even like learn. It's like actually like what we can witness
Oh.
is in a sense everything
Oh.
that is happening out
Probably
in the
from what I said
wild,
about biologists
but, like,
showing
in
off,
one
maybe?
place, which
Whoa, whoa,
happens
whoa.
to be. Oh yeah, I just did a big jump. Yeah.
You just made a jump.
You'll know
which
where
is-
to find
which is
me.
the-
I'll be
which is
right
where
here.
my mind was going, which was
Yeah.
if okay, so if we zoom out just a bit
Yeah.
and we look at
Like-
this one body and we
Yeah.
see that these variations, these different populations that are rising and falling and competing for real estate. Is there anything that they are seeing in these single human cases inside of these single immunosuppressed people that is mirroring what we're seeing out in the world in terms of all the different variants that are floating around in South Africa and Brazil and all that?
So that's where it gets really spinny. That's where it gets really trippy, is that these patients end up being like a blueprint. Like with them, you could see what the virus might do in the future. And to break that down, what they saw happen inside those bodies were the formation and creation of mutations that then appeared out in the wild 6 months later in like the UK variant, the South African variant, and the Brazil variant that we're all like running scared from.
Whoa.
5 months before a scary virus variant showed up in the wild, they saw it inside a person.
Okay. If they're seeing these mutations dominate in immunocompromised bodies before they dominate in the wild, does that tell them that they started in immunocompromised bodies and then got out into the wild?
Well, so that's an interesting question. So with these specific case studies that were written up, whatever happened inside the body never left the body because the patient was in a hospital the whole time and closed down.
Oh,
But
okay.
the thought now is, based on 2 of these case studies and a few others that have come out, is that probably at least the UK variant, that B117, came out of an immunocompromised body. Because they said that variant has like 8 significant mutations in it. And in order to get that in the wild, it would take many, many months. And if you were genetically sequencing, like they do very frequently in the UK, you would see the tracings of that change start to happen.
Oh, interesting.
You'd be like, oh, there's a change here, that's change 1. There's a change here, that's change 2. There's a change here, that's change 3. But everyone said one day they woke up and there was a new virus with like 8 significant changes.
Oh,
which makes them
wow.
think that like that all happened in one hidden place and then like burst onto the scene.
So that's so funny because that was the experience of consuming the news, was like, oh, you know, COVID-2, and then like I remember hearing that, like, it doesn't mutate that much. Okay, great.
COVID-2.
Glad to hear that. And we've got these vaccines coming in, yay! And then suddenly, like literally on a Tuesday, everyone's like, oh snap, there's a variant. We've got a new variant. And I'm like, wait, what? Where did that come
where
from?
did that come from? Well, scientists had the same reaction. And what they're saying is, in these like immune suppressed patients where you can witness the virus trying to adapt, and where you can like step by step see how it interacts with each treatment you give it, you can actually have a clue to like how the virus might change in the future. Because if
That's bananas. That's so weird. It's like seeing the future.
It is. Like this one guy called it a crystal ball. Another guy called it a harbinger of like what's to come in the virus. And
That
like
is so wild.
Yeah, the idea is at some level the virus can change a lot of ways, but at another level it can only change so many ways. And so if you watch it mutate like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million times inside a person's body, and you see which variants dominate, there's like a pretty good chance that like, okay, if the virus ever rolled the dice out in the wild and it landed on this mutation would take hold and thrive.
So it's very possible it's going to hit the same mutations in different places independently, and we might be able to see that in advance inside one person.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, it's what I'm struck by.
Yeah.
It's really it's interesting to hear this story right now. You know, because it's it's like from one moment to the next, it's really hard to know whether to feel optimistic or pessimistic, right?
Right.
You know, it's like, and kind of the story you're telling, and it's weird to like look outside and see like, oh, it's sunny, like spring is coming, like the vaccines are rolling out. We might actually get to go have dinner with friends again, and everybody's like in this kind of like,
No,
ah,
I hope
normal
so.
life is returning. What the story you're telling me is like, is it? Virus is crafty. Then maybe so are we. I don't know. It's weird to juxtapose what you're saying against that sense of like optimism that's out in the world, because what I'm hearing is that simultaneously this virus is figuring us out and we're figuring it out.
Yeah.
And maybe we're turning the corner, or maybe we're just in the first chapter of a very long story, you know?
Yeah, like I think I keep having a lot of visuals. Like myself, and I would say my community are probably at the lowest ebb I've seen them at in the last year.
Yeah.
But also with a whole bunch of like hope just starting to like glimmer. I keep thinking of that Midnight in the Garden of
Haunted.
Good and Evil statue. Do you know what that is? It's like the little girl, and she has her hands up by her shoulders with her palms like up to the sky, and it's like good and evil are like weighted on each side. I feel like that feels like this moment in COVID to me, where you're holding like optimism and pessimism. You're holding like hope and just like utter exhaustion like, on both shoulders.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. That's exactly it.
Mm.
Senior correspondent Molly Webster.
This episode would not be possible without the council and the interviews
That
of
was a
Robbie
good one.
Gupta and Jonathan Lee. Thank you both so much.
Huge thanks to them, and thanks again to Molly and to you for listening. I'm Jad Abumrad. We'll be back with you again next week.
Hi, my name's Sophia Berg. I'm calling from Bonn, Germany. Radio Lab was created by Jad Abumrad and is edited by Soren Wheeler. Lulu Miller and Lars Knarther are our co-hosts. Susie Luxemburg is our executive producer. Dylan Keith is our director of sound design. Our staff includes Simon Adler, Jeremy Bloom, Becca Bressler, Rachel Cusick, David Gable, Matt Keelty, Annie McEwen, Sarah Kari, Ariane Watt, Pat Walters, and Molly Webster. With help from Sima Oliai, Sarah Sandbach, Johnny Mones, and Karen Leong. Our fact checkers are Diane Kelly and Emily Krieger.
Put this here and put this here and put this here. Put this here and put this here and put this here.
Support for Radiolab comes from the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. For more information, please visit moore.org.
Now let's see if I can figure out how screen transitions work. Hello. I've returned. So let's get rid of Radiolab, and the Radiolab. Oh, man. I wish somebody was here to give me a heads or tails. That didn't work. It landed on its side. What's up with all the barky barky? So I got the YouTube screen. Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color BRB. Oh, maybe it didn't save the good old Uh-oh. Now my computer shitting the bed. See, it's flickering. Flickering. Okay, there we go. I'm feeling Game Boy. Or Magic the Gathering. Game Boy. Or Magic the Gathering. Or RuneScape. RuneScape. I won. I really should. Oh man, that's not the right adapter. I must plug in my keyboard or it's gonna die. Yep. Yep. Uh-oh. Don't get all jacked up. Also, I need to minimize this and I need to move it. I need to move it. Minimize a bit more. That's the BRB one. GoPro plus check. GoPro da-da. It's the YouTube one. Ooh. Let me check a couple of these. Wonder what that looks like. So let's see. Oh, switch it up. Switching up these worlds that I'm logging in. Oh, and I need to change the... Here. I need to change my, my title and shit. So... Now I am... doing some nostalgia time. Nostalgia's time. And let's do, RuneScape. Like the good old school one. Just for shits and giggles, I'll pretend like YouTube matters right now. Old school RuneScape. Yeah, that can be public. How to, it'll be under gaming. Gaming. There it is. Just experiencing some nostalgia up in here. Hopefully that looks okay. Okay, so I'm gonna transition that over. Oh, that looks like dog shit. Oh god. Let's see. That's still not centered at all. Mm-hmm. Learning is in progress. Hold the phone. Learning. I'm trying really hard to learn right now. Monitor. Catch part of this. Let's do this right here. Mm-hmm. Oh, that looks like dog shit too. And I gotta get rid of that. And I can keep this. Oh my god, why is this so difficult for no fucking reason? Okay, let's move that over there. See what it looks like. Still kind of looks like garbage. A little bit like garbage. Don't you think? Oops. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nope, nope. GoPro's good. What if we put GoPro like way up here so it's not in the back? Got it, got it. Got it, got it. That's a little bit better. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. No, not that. This. No, this. There should be a please dear God have mercy on me. I'm trying to fucking stream right now. Mode. So that doesn't do it. If I minimize it all, everything gets fucked. Did I figure it out? Did I? Did I get it? Almost. So close. Okay, but then, like, how do I get this over the top of this? Why is it like this? Oh, got it. I know it's not perfect, but it's good enough for me. Oh, I need to check something. Oh, no. I did ultra hard mode for some reason, and then I died because I flew too close to the sun. Oh, yeah, I can scroll out. Nope. 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 I don't even know how to get equipment and stuff. Attack. Attack that rat. Attack it. OMG, guys. Add my Discord. Hey, follow me on Twitch. There's gotta be something to do down here. I'll take this cabbage. I'll search this sack. Hmm. Hmm. Didn't think that was gonna work. So, oh. No, of course I have to go inside. No. Greetings, welcome to my castle. You got any quests for me, bitch? It's not really a quest, but I recently discovered this strange talisman. It seems to be mystical, and I have never seen anything like it before. You take it to the head wizard, the wizard's tower, for me. It's in the southwest of here and should not take you very long at all. Sure. You must be a member to do that. Do you know that members can access a larger map with a huge variety? No. Oh, can't even talk to this dude? Okay. I see how it is. What the hell? These controls are so good. Climb down the stairs. I found a hammer! Wait. Take the hammer. Take it. Did I get it? Take the hammer. Why'd I do that stupid Iron Woman thing? Dumbass. So I should just make all my own shit. I got this. I got this, I got this, I got this. Nope. Oh, yep. Yep. Go in there. Quack. Looking for a quest, please. Need someone to do a quest for me. Sure. I remember this one. Thank you. The problem is there's a ghost in the church graveyard. I would like you to get rid of it, please. If you need any help, my friend Father Ernie? Is that how you spell Ernie? Ernie is an expert in ghosts. Dun dun dun. I believe he is currently living as a hermit in Lumbridge Swamp. He has a little shack in the far west of the swamp. Exit the graveyard through the south gate to reach the swamp. I'm sure if you told him that I sent you, he'll be willing to help. Oh, I'm sure. is that? What is this? Oh, is there like shop? Is this a shop? Do I even have gold? Bartender? Beer, please. Or no, I'm good. Blue Hunter. So I am just completely void of any weapons. Can't really chop down a tree because I just have my hands. I have nothing. What's this? Who you? Yeah, what you selling? What you buying? What you selling? I need, do I have a coin? How many coins do I have? No coins. Oh. Value of a cabbage is 0. Oh, may not buy items that are overstocked in a shop. Are overstocked? What the fuck? Oh, that's good. That was some good stuff right there. There goes my chat. Bye, chat. I'll miss you. may not buy items that are overstocked in a shop. So what in the hell do I do? I do remember that there was like a chicken coop up in here. You've unlocked a new music track. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I know. Move. Move. I remember this chicken coop. Is it this one? Oh. Take an axe from this log? Sweet victory. Nope. Open. Oops. I'm gonna lose. Punch. 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 Block. Punch. What if I can defeat him? Punch. Punch him. Kick him. A hammer? Nice. I'll take the bones too while I'm at it. I'm going on mass murdering streak over here. Ooh, I take feathers. And I'll take these bones. And a raw chicken. Examine this cooking pot. Nope. Look at this little dude. I'm gonna murder him. Oh, he's kind of cute. Where am I running to? Don't. Go back in here. I found nothing. Looking for a quest. Looking for something to kill? Good God. Hold on, let me see if I can get chat back up and running. Downloaded app. Disabled in safe mode? What the fuck is safe mode? I'll just pull it up on here. Up in here, up in here. And my name is Nursomancer. And here I am. Okay, I have to reconfigure this shit. Just a little bit. There we go. It's better, right? I'm looking for the quest. Cool, I'll go get some wool. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Holy dialogue, Batman. Okay, ready. This icon denotes a spinning wheel on the world map. Cool. How do I even get in here? This way? No. Bleh. Bleh. Yeah, take that. I punch you. Congratulations, you just advanced your attack level. You're now level 2. Do, 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 do. What is this plant? Oh, no. I'm gonna take this other hammer. And also these bones. So... is it supposed to be obvious how to get in here and I'm just fucking retarded or what? Get at them sheep though. I'll find it eventually. Maybe not. Am I ignorant? How do I get to the sheep? How do I get to the cute little sheep? Oh, I see it on the map. Oh. Idiot. I'll take these feathers though, and the bones, and this raw chicken. I'll go over here, and that is approximately where this gate is supposed to be. Oh! Genius. Ooh. Guess I'll have to murder one. Dude, what level is this fucking sheep? Kick it. Punch it. Kick it. Punch it. Take it again. Just bones? That's all? Who's this guy? Oh, there's another fucking gate over here too. Oh, is that a little baby lamb? It's kind of cute. Oh! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Just any of them. What's this? Who's this? smelting. Sure. Smith, rustic anvil. Got it, got it. What's in here? What's in here? Oh yeah. You mean turned around already? So I've been in there. And there. This is smelting thingy. Get him. Bear. That one. Right here. Got it. Nope. $20? I'll go find a spinning wheel, then you can find one on the first floor of the Lumbridge Castle. Just walk east on the road outside my house, and you'll find Lumbridge. Okay. Unlimited power. Sorry, I've been disconnected from chat for a hot minute. Did I miss anything? Unlimited power. What are you doing up? Let's see, so I do have Dank Chat where I can check and see if I missed anything. Because my chat phone died. No, it didn't look like it. Yee. I've been talking for like 20 minutes? I'm sorry. Is that a deacon? Oh well. I'm sorry, Deacon. Mr. and or Miss Deacon. How are you today? Oh, don't cry. It'll be okay. I'll make it up to you. I'll play this game. Oh my god! What is that? Is that like a sponge or is that cheese? Spin that shit! God damn, I was going to. I can't actually remember like where to go to. He's like, oh yeah, go east, so north, south, east. But he said the castle. Is the castle east? Help. Help. Also, the controls on this are really mega dumb. West? But, like, isn't the castle south of here? Or, like, down from here? Oh. Oh, I get it. It's because I've been doing this thing. So, you can click, middle mouse to rotate the camera. Middle mouse? I've just been doing the directional keys like a dumbass. Oh, hello. Are those O's? Orson? Sound like arson? We sack. Yeah, just follow that path. Like southwest. Or use home telephone. Teleport. Can I teleport? I feel like that's is that a thing? What is this? Oh, that's thick skin. There's a smiley face. Friends list, don't have friends. Yeah, click that book icon. Oh! No way. Requires no runes. Recharge time is like 30 minutes. Warning, the spell takes a long time to cast and will be interrupted by combat. So what if I just up and cast it? I know it's just right down the road. Huzzah! Thank you. Thank you, new friend. Where did you guys come from? You're just like up and popped up in here. Seems like you're familiar with the game. I used to play this whenever it was cool. That's about how long it's been since I played it last. So I'm guessing it's up in here, up in here. Let's see. I thought he said it was the ground floor, right? Oh, Rungus sent me? I'm best friends with Adalicious. I'm Brungus RS? I'm Brungus? What is Brungus? Who is Brungus? I can only imagine. So... Oh. What? Who's saying they don't want to talk to me? Talk to me? Oh my god! Oh, hello. I hear. Oh. They poofed. You guys see that? They just exploded. I'm sorry. I let them hang in so long they exploded. So seriously, did you guys like come from somebody's stream? Cause I want to be like, oh, thank you so much. If that's the case. Additionally, like with this wool. Oh, whoops. Now I'm attacking stuff. I'm attacking this dude. Man, I didn't even mean to. I'm just gonna punch him. To death. I don't know if I've murdered a person yet. But here we are. Oh, I can pickpocket. I can take a bronze arrow. Hopefully he drops some good shit. Because I died and lost everything. If I die again, I'm going to lose my shit. Oh, thank God. Got some coins. Got some arrows. Got some bones. Everybody is jealous. So, I don't think I recognize either one of your usernames. Did you actually come from another stream? Let's see. Because I do appreciate the help. Huzzah. Brungus sent me. I'm friends with best friends with Radalicious. I'm Brungus. I'm Brungus. Is he? Is he though? Regardless, I appreciate whoever has sent you. I didn't get a notification or anything for a raid or anything though. Huh. Is this where it is? I think I found it. Right there. Would it be in here? Right there. I learned a thing. I don't think I have enough wool though. Because this guy's like, I need like fucking 20 balls of wool. I can't, can I? Don't got any wool. You must be a member that you did. What is it, like $5 or something? I'm still disinterested. Oops. I keep accidentally attacking people. Why? Okay, I'm gonna die again. Okay, I'm running. Running away. Running away. Running up. Fuck. Okay, so here's my issue. Listen, I have an issue. Because I'm doing this whole like, oh yeah, because you were like an iron whoever, like super hard mode, because you're an idiot and chose that yesterday. Every time you die, just all your shit explodes and you start out with nothing all over again. I need to stop that from happening anymore. It's making me go insane. Help. 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 Send help. Maybe it's in my quest stuff? Is this my quest stuff? Restless Scope, Shapeshare. That's members quest. Where's the dumbass quest that you shouldn't take? Nope. 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 Friends list, no, I don't have any friends. Upgrade that now. Name changer. View benefits, community. Player's attack option depends on combat levels. Oh yeah, it should always be right click, left click there. Always right click. NPC's attack options? Yeah, always on the right click. Jesus Christ. Ooh, I think I like that better. Classic layout, resizable, good. That's good. Glad I found that. Glad I found that. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Here we go. just struggled really hard and now I'm here. What's in here? I can go further up. Cool, cool. Oh, sweet. Sweet. Now I know where that is. I'll miss you, Deacon. You were so helpful. Oh shit, since I died, I just don't... Yeah, I'll put that on hold. I'll just, forget that ever happened. Pretty sure it's just up and through this way. I'm going this way. And this way. And further down this way, and further down this way, and further down this way. Stand and deliver? Hey, I don't think I'm level 5 yet. I'm probably about to get my shit kicked in. Yeah. Oh well. Here we go again. It's the one thing they can't take from me is my experience of dying over and over and over again. This is just depressing. Why? Why is it so depressing? Oh dear, you're dead. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Now let's go up here. Climb up from here. Get one of these. Maybe this will be good for me. It'll build some goddamn character or something. Is that like a bunny? What a goddamn nightmare. No, that's like a full bunny suit. What are you? Why? Oh, gross. It has an Easter basket and everything. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Ugh. Ugh. I had no idea. Oh, nice. I'm just gonna do like something. Smithing, furnace, anvil. Okay, so let's try just going up in here. Oh. Oh, cool. I feel like I was heading in the right direction. Because this is all, like, dangerous, isn't it? Kinda dangerous. If I go up through here... Okay, so there's a another mining tutor. Mining. Ah. That's it. Right there. So how the fuck do I get there? Right there. Oh, let's go that way and then go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Got it. Oh. No, just thank God. Inescapable. So I'll go this way. And this way. And up and this way. Look at my bank. And there's got to be some hardcore zoomers up in this. This game probably consists of like drunk boomers and like really dumb zoomers. Okay. So this one was my favorite spot. So I just gotta go left and left. Learning. Learning is happening. Crops. It was like right over here. Right? Yes! I've located the area. I've returned. Got some tin. Could I get some copper, please? 15? Fine. Oh. No ore available. Cool. Cool story, bro. Oh, one thing. Wow, I'm moving up in the world. I was gonna do this Chatterino. minimize that and bring this back up. Yep. At least that way I'll know. Really moving up in the world. What's that? As an iron woman, you can't take iron. This game's stupid. And I made it stupid. Oh, silver. So what is it? Iron. Ten. This is content. Take and come back to me. What? Alright, attack. This one says accurate. So punches are supposed to be accurate, but they're not. Okay. I'm over with this whole dying bullshit. What's in here? These controls suck. Who are you? There's a bug. I just saw a bug. You know, I'm kind of hungry for yummy munchies. Is there any votes for if we should or could or who to raid? Yeah, probably these guys. Universal Discourse. Mm-hmm. Is it 2 words? Universal Discourse. Oh, are they gone? Maybe they're just taking a break. Valorant. This guy's cute. What do you guys think? Let me know. So I think it's slash raid universal intercourse discourse. Think about what? Oh, I was just trying to figure out who to raid. Cause I wanna go get some like yummy munchies. But no, this universal discourse group that kind of looks like they might be on break right now has been super helpful with like they've been sending raids my way, and I kind of want to repay them for the effort they put into my channel. So I'm just saying, if you guys would be willing to hang in there and, you know, at least put a hello in their chat, that'd be nice. Universal Discourse. Let's see if I can do this right. Ready? Here we go.